Federation, Audubon, North Carolina, Southern Environmental Law Center, North Carolina Sierra Club, and the National Wildlife Federation. We truly and sincerely thank you for taking the time to be here today. I think everyone in this room is pretty well aware that offshore wind is an important tool to help us mitigate the impacts of carbon pollution on our communities, our natural systems, and our wildlife. With the resource experts that we'll be hearing from today, we hope to set forward a shared pathway for responsible offshore wind so that we can better understand, reduce, and mitigate the impacts of carbon on wildlife. Our sincere gratitude goes to the scientists who have undertaken this work and are here today to help share their knowledge with us. I'd also like to take a moment to thank all of our elected officials and their staff who have taken time to be here today. If you are an elected or staff, you can please stand up for just a moment. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get into our agenda. First up, we have Todd Miller, the founder and executive director of the North Carolina Coastal Federation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie, and thanks everybody for taking the time to be here. This is a really important event. As we all go about rolling up our sleeves and trying to figure out the best way to go about generating electricity from offshore wind in North Carolina. The event was organized by, as Harry said, the Audubon, North Carolina, the Coastal Federation, the North Carolina Wildlife Federation, Sierra Club, North Carolina, and the Southern Environmental Law Center. Collectively, all the host organizations support the concept of offshore wind energy as a clean source of electricity. That said, I think all our groups expect that this new source of power should be held to the highest standards when it comes to maintaining the way of life along our coast, including providing the protection for our fish and wildlife. We want any proposed offshore wind projects to be adequately and fully regulated so that the environmental standards that we have in place are maintained and even enhanced. Review and oversight of potential project consequences needs to focus both on the offshore and onshore impacts, since any offshore wind energy facilities that will be installed, operated, and maintained will include significant built infrastructure both on our offshore waters and along our coastal shorelines, barrier islands, and estuaries. I've worked on coastal management issues for the past 4 decades. All that past experience hadn't really given me any real exposure or understanding of how best to site, operate, and maintain offshore wind farms and their associated onshore impacts. I'm looking at this summit as an opportunity to better understand the environmental issues involved with offshore wind. Today, I'm curious to observe how the numerous experts we have convened are able to engage and evaluate the specific natural resource and public trust issues related to offshore wind farms. I'm really interested in better understanding their views and concerns regarding potential impacts and benefits of these facilities. What conclusions have they already drawn? What questions are they still asking? All the groups hosting today's summit were categorically opposed to offshore oil and gas development in North Carolina. Here at the Coastal Federation, we first worked to stop offshore oil development in the late 1980s when Mobil Oil first made plans to drill off the Outer Banks. This year marks the 12th anniversary of the tragic Deepwater Horizon oil spill. None of us are willing to risk our beautiful coast by taking a chance on oil and gas development. However, all of us believe that America's coast can be used to develop responsible energy. And we want it to be clean, renewable, and pose fewer direct or indirect threats than oil and gas to our productive coastal natural resources. In 2016, the National Energy Renewable Lab ranked North Carolina 5th in the nation in terms of the potential for generating electricity from offshore wind. A little over a year ago, Governor Cooper signed Executive Order 218, in which he commits to offshore wind power as the state transitions to a clean energy economy. The executive order highlights economic and environmental benefits of offshore wind and directs actions to help North Carolina secure jobs and economic development associated with the industry's estimated $140 billion of investment over the next 15 years to develop projects in North Carolina up the Atlantic coast. This order sets offshore wind targets for North Carolina of 2.8 gigawatts by 2030 and 8 gigawatts by 2040. If we did develop 8 gigawatts, that would be enough to provide electricity to 6 million houses. There are less than 5 million houses in the state, or households in the state currently. So we're talking about a tremendous, huge source of energy potentially. Clearly, these ambitious goals are likely to bring about whirlwind changes to our coast. Our goal today is to make sure these changes are positive for our coastal residents, visitors, and the fish and wildlife that depend on our clean and productive coast. We don't want to look backwards in a few decades and conclude that we missed the opportunity to nurture this new industry in a direction that was compatible with our fragile coast. We want to support this new form of energy development, but none of us in this room believe the wind industry should be given a blank check when it comes to its impacts on the coastal environment. As you listen and learn today, I'm pleased that the organizers of the conference sought out the best experts when it comes to the issues that we're discussing. These experts are independent, and we believe will provide unbiased analysis and feedback for us all to consider. Please use today to learn everything you can about these issues, and then armed with that knowledge, we all need to maintain an active role in reviewing and commenting on future offshore wind energy proposals. Make sure that the environmental laws and rules that are in place to protect and restore our coast are fully applied to make this an acceptable form of industrial development in the future. So there's a lot of work to be done. We got all the right people here to talk about it, and really look forward to it. Thank you.
Hi everybody, Governor Roy Cooper here. It's good to be with you today. Conversations like these are important to help our state transition to a clean energy future. Offshore wind is bringing tremendous opportunities for good paying jobs and clean energy to power our homes and businesses. And as North Carolina continues to become a national leader in the offshore wind industry, we know that its success will be important to meeting our state's clean energy goals. Last fall, I signed bipartisan energy legislation that requires our electric utilities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 70% by 2030 and to become carbon neutral by 2050. I've also issued executive orders that lay out goals and actions to increase our focus on environmental justice and offshore wind capacity. And we're already making progress. We know that a clean energy economy helps mitigate climate change that will help save our planet and help protect species and habitats that wildlife depend on. But it will also be an economic engine that'll put money in the pockets of everyday North Carolinians. Thanks for all you're doing. I look forward to the work ahead.
So thanks folks for joining us today. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is unheard of. So one of our panelists is still waiting to join online, Chris Haney, and Chris Hine is online, you just don't see his picture yet. So I'll introduce him first. Dr. Chris Hine is a senior project leader for the environmental portfolio at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. He has studied bat behavior and ecology for 24 years. Of those, he has focused on bats and wind energy interactions for 15 years. Dr. Juliet Lamb to my left is a marine scientist with the Nature Conservancy. She specializes in the spatial ecology of nearshore seabirds and their relationships to marine environments and food webs. Her current research focuses on integrating seabirds into offshore energy siting and ecosystem-based fisheries management. Dr. J Christopher Haney, who will join us in a few moments, is president and founder of Terramar Applied Sciences, LLC, a firm that conducts ecological and economic research in the public interest. He currently advises National Audubon Society and its coastal programs on key science, research, and conservation issues for addressing environmentally responsible, renewable offshore wind energy projects in the Great Lakes, Gulf of Mexico, and Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Curtis Smallin, all the way to my left over here, is the Director of Conservation for Audubon, North Carolina, where he oversees the Coast, Working Lands, and Bird-Friendly Communities program. He has been involved in wind and bird interactions for 2 decades, including service on North Carolina's first wind work group and helping draft legislation and model local ordinances regarding wind energy in North Carolina. I'm Dr. Shiloh Felton. I'm a senior scientist with the Renewable Energy Wildlife Institute, and I'm responsible for our wind wildlife research program. I sit on the Bird and Bat Subcommittee for the Regional Wildlife Science Entity, or Science Collaborative now, and I'm happy to be back in North Carolina this week where I did my PhD research with North Carolina State. Go both back. I'm going to hand it over to Curtis Smalling to set the stage and give us an overview of the types of interactions that birds and bats experience with offshore wind energy development, and then we'll get into questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a few minutes here at the beginning just to kind of give us an overview or a frame, if you will, about some of the issues we're going to hear about from the other panelists today. As you all know, and I think you know, the ocean is a very highly diverse environment with a lot of species making use of the marine environment, and of course the near coastal waters and onshore environments as well. When we think about wind energy, both onshore and offshore, the concerns for wildlife typically fall into a few buckets. And it's helpful, I think, sometimes to keep these buckets in mind, right? Knowing that there's lots of different species using these environments in lots of different ways. But the first is you know, the thing that comes to people's mind with wind energy always is direct mortality. You know, how many birds or bats or other things are going to be killed by the turbines themselves. So that's one bucket of concern and research and knowledge gaps in some cases, but also one of the more studied parts of this whole industry. You may have seen numbers on onshore wind that show an average annual mortality of somewhere between 3 and 4 birds per turbine per year kind of thing nationwide or worldwide even, which seems pretty low unless you get lots and lots and lots of turbines on the landscape, right? It's important, I think, as we think about the impacts, if you will, or the effects of wind on wildlife, is to think about them in 2 different ways. One is, what is the effect? You know, what are birds being killed? Are they moving? Those kinds of things. We think of those as effects. The second piece of that is, what's the impact of that? Do we see impacts at the population level, right? Is it causing a decline of a species or causing a decline of a local population? So keep that in mind as we go through today as well. Most researchers want to answer both of those questions, right? So the second bucket usually is habitat related. You know, are we displacing birds, or are we degrading habitat by installation? You know, if we think about birds flying over the ocean, but if we're planting a monopole construction into a hard bottom, say, or something like that, what are the impacts of that on all the wildlife, but also on birds? We know some of our birds, like our scoters and others, dive down to those habitats and directly feed on those habitats. So what's the impact of that? Are we losing habitat? The other thing that birds do and bats do at times is displace. They don't like the noise, the movement, the disturbance. And so we see lots of studies, and I'll point you to the aforementioned resource guide that's on the placard on your table. We've got a number of papers in there that describe some of these effects that you can learn more about. But we see a lot of birds avoid, and a lot of folks will say they habituate and avoid, especially if they're a species that's in those waters kind of for extended periods of time. They'll learn where the turbines are and avoid them. which reduces their great mortality risk in some ways, but may take whole swaths of habitat out of optimal foraging habitat, for instance. Other species might be attracted to those things. We've all seen cormorants and gulls and other things loafing on man-made structures. Those can also happen around wind turbines and net towers and the things associated with that. One of the harder things to get our heads around from a research perspective and an impact perspective is what are the cumulative effects. So we've all seen and heard maps of very sparse wind on the Atlantic coast right now, but if all of the wind energy areas are developed and we have literally thousands of turbines, what are the cumulative effects? You know, we know some birds use these waters at very specific times of year, either for winter foraging or migratory pathways. All those things play into this. And on the slide I have here, you'll see several different species. This complicates our knowledge, right? Different species use these habitats in different ways and at different times. The marine environment itself is changeable, and off the coast of North Carolina, you know, we have the Gulf Stream. It tends to oscillate just a little bit, but we get a lot of upwellings at the edge of the continental shelf. Very important for some of the species you'll hear some of the speakers talk about today. So knowing that kind of difference in both the temporal nature, the time of how things happen, the effect of storms and other kinds of you know, unpredictable in some ways events, how all those things interplay to affect these buckets of direct mortality, habitat disruption, and cumulative effects are all really important things to consider. Shiloh's work and Juliet's work and others is to attempt to understand this better, and the other speakers as well, to figure out what are the best ways that we can assist in siting wind responsibly. And what are those trade-offs? We'll be talking about some of the, you know, even wildlife itself comes into conflict with itself. Maybe one species likes this part of the ocean and another species doesn't. And so how do you make those decisions about where's the best place to site the wind? I think all of our groups, as Todd said in the intro, you know, we want responsibly sited wind. The debate now is what does that mean exactly? How do we come to a responsible sited definition? We really appreciate everybody's time here today and my fellow panelists' expertise in what we're learning about the offshore environment and how we might better site this. Many of you are probably familiar with Audubon's Survival by Degrees report that suggests that, you know, up to 2/3 to 3/4 of the birds in the U.S. are at risk from climate change, and so finding clean energy solutions are an important part of our solution to that. And so I really appreciate everybody's time today, and with that I'm going to turn it back over to Shiloh.
Thank you for setting the stage there, Curtis. That was great. Really appreciate that. Here we go. Great. Hi, Chris and Chris. Wonderful to see you both today. Though I realize you can't see me, so I'll stop looking at you. Okay. So I don't know how many people in this room have actually sort of sat in on one of the BOEM comment period meetings or intergovernmental task force meetings. I see a couple nodding heads, yeah, from officials, great. So for those of you who aren't really as familiar with the potential areas considered for leasing or the call areas that the BOEM is considering for putting up for lease or the current lease areas, some of them are on the pamphlets on your tables, but there's one called the Central Atlantic Call Area. That's quite large, and it's still being whittled down, as they say, to try and determine which areas would be best for building offshore wind. And in that task force meeting, where they were making offshore wind siting decisions, we hear from representatives from regulatory government agencies like U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA, and also from state agencies regarding the areas of potential conflict for taxa that they're responsible for. And the meeting around the Central Atlantic Call Area really highlighted that there is essentially no area under consideration for leasing for offshore wind development that comes without some level of conflict for some wildlife taxa or other stakeholder. There's always going to be some level of conflict no matter where we build. What are the particular areas of concern for birds and bats in the central Atlantic call area? Which species should we prioritize in those areas?
I guess I'll go first. So basically in the Central Atlantic call area, there are two sort of more offshore.
No?
Oh, wait, there it is. I just had to get right up in there. Okay, there are two more offshore call areas that are pretty high conflict for some of the seabirds, like particularly black-capped petrels that are species of concern, other petrel species that spend most of their time offshore. And then there are also three inshore areas that are closer, that are on the continental shelf. And those are sort of higher concern for species that spend more of their time inshore and also have a high level of conflict with offshore wind, including northern gannets, divers like common loons, and also sea ducks. So as you said, there's really no conflict area. It's just a matter of figuring out what portions of these enormous call areas are likely to have less conflict. And then, beyond birds, there's also marine mammals, there's also deep sea corals, there's also a lot of other factors coming into play. And so I think when we've been having conversations about these areas related to birds, we tend to think of sort of the more southern of the offshore call areas as being the highest level of conflict. So that's, for those of you who have seen the maps. That's the highest level of conflict, particularly with petrels. And then in the inshore areas, there's some sort of call areas that are closer to the mouths of the Delaware and Chesapeake Bays that might be higher conflict for species that tend to use those estuaries quite a bit. But within these large call areas, we can kind of find places that are likely to have more limited conflict. You don't have to take entire call areas off the table necessarily, at least in terms of those bird species. And I don't know if maybe Chris wants to speak to bats. About it, Chris Hain, anything from you? Hein, excuse me?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, this is Chris. I'm zooming in from Mexico, so we'll see how the internet works down here or not, as the case may be. I do have a few slides to share with you, and I want to start off with emphasizing something really unique or particular to North Carolina. And that is basically its incredible seabird diversity. And for those of you who don't know this, North Carolina has arguably the highest seabird diversity and greatest seabird species richness of any place in the Atlantic Ocean. It may rank right at the top for the United States as a whole. Monterey Bay, California would probably have some disputes about that, but nevertheless, the Outer Banks area in particular, but the North Carolina coastline in general, have incredibly rich assortment of species, both in the coastal realm and offshore pelagic. This includes species that come from the South Atlantic, North Atlantic, Arctic, Eastern Atlantic, from Europe and the Caribbean and the Bahamas. So it's a very, very important seabird community. Curtis earlier described some of the concerns that we have about birds at sea and offshore wind. We look at collision risk with turbines and the associated structures, displacement of birds away from a wind farm, which carries certain costs to the birds. This includes more time spent foraging, more time spent traveling, maybe even the deprivation of a feeding area or foraging area. Conversely, sometimes wind farms and their subsurface structures might actually increase prey, at least in a very local way. And either of these and other factors can contribute to declines or changes in the population as a whole. Well, these are our concerns, but we also need to look at the experience around the world and the context for wind energy and birds against all of the other threats
Chris?
that birds face. Yes.
Chris, I'm sorry to cut you off. I just want to bring you back to the question. These are wonderful slides, and I think this background is super helpful. But I'm wondering if you can talk about the particular concerns for the Central Atlantic call area.
Yeah, well, there is one call area F, which is in the sort of bottom corner where the Gulf Stream deviates off the North Carolina coast. It's in deep water. Call area F is particularly of concern for seabirds because not one, not two, not three, but 4 highly imperiled species of pterodromal petrel occur in the region. Black-capped petrel is under listing consideration under the U.S. Endangered Species Act. Bermuda petrel is already protected. It also occurs in the region. And 2 other petrels that don't get as much attention, the Trindagia petrel from Brazil and the Fayette petrel from Europe, also use the offshore water. The concern about these birds is that they basically fly very high and recklessly, even in high winds. And so their vulnerability to offshore wind is largely unknown. We just simply don't have history or experience from anywhere else in the world where shearwaters and petrels are in close proximity to large wind farms. Most of the experience comes from Europe, where these species really don't occur in any numbers. In fact, this next slide illustrates this. This shows the number of studies by different bird groups. You look at the upper left-hand corner, the Procellarian forms include the petrels, those 4 species I just mentioned, as well as the shearwaters. We just don't have a lot of experience or studies with these birds. So we're particularly concerned about that call area and those species. That's probably the top priority because they're in peril. And then I just want to close this with something else which does the most, in my judgment, does the most to prevent any sort of undue risk to birds offshore, and that is sighting. If we put birds, or if we put offshore wind structures in the right place, the risk to birds can be hugely minimized. An easy concept to kind of grasp, we want the most wind energy, renewable energy that we can get at the least environmental cost. And a few years ago, Best and Halpin portrayed how to do this. You basically find what areas provide you the most wind, then you overlay species occurrences to see where there's the least amount of damage you could do to get that one. And that sort of optimization process is depicted in this graph here. If we do that, if we site these places in the right place, that does more than anything else to keep birds out of harm's way. And later on in this session, we'll talk with others about that. Doesn't always mean it's the best place for other things, fishermen, marine mammals, and so forth. But for birds, it's usually a straightforward matter of finding places where there aren't very many. And thank you for your time. I'll take questions when the time's appropriate.
Thank you for that, Chris. Chris Hine, I'm wondering if you can talk to or speak to the concerns for bats and which call areas or which species we may want to be considering and prioritizing.
Hi, thanks. So we do know that bats use the offshore environment. And several recent studies have shown that they can fly at least 130 kilometers from shore. But we don't know how active bats are as the distance from shore increases. There's likely a gradient, so there's likely more activity closer to shore than farther away. And so those call areas that are greater distance from the shore will likely have less interaction with bats. For bats, the main concern is collision risk with operating wind turbines. And the species that are most vulnerable tend to be long-distance migratory species that roost in trees. And these species appear to be attracted to wind turbines. We're not entirely sure of what the attraction is. Maybe maybe it plays out at different scales. Maybe there's differences among species. So we're still trying to find out why this attraction occurs. There are also 4 federally listed species that occur in North Carolina. It's not likely that they fly very far from the shoreline, but we do know that the group of bats that these fall under, the Myotis bats, do use the offshore environment. And given that these lease areas are in federal waters, and these are federally listed species, it's just something to be aware of when considering monitoring and the mitigation hierarchy and so forth. So maybe I'll pause there.
That's great, thank you. Curtis, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would say as a historically a land bird guy, that we don't forget that a number of our land bird species, songbird species and others, use the offshore environment during the migration period. Certain shorebirds, like the federally listed red knot, often uses jumps across the ocean to different refueling stops from Delaware Bay to Cape Romaine in South Carolina to other spots along the coast. But we now know a lot more about bird usage in this kind of migratory period, thanks to the smaller technology and others. I put a couple of papers in the resource folder on some acoustic monitoring that was done at Frying Pan Shoals off the coast of North Carolina. Surprisingly, almost every migratory warbler was detected out over the ocean. Again, to Chris Hines' point, the farther out you go, there's a gradient, and so you have probably fewer birds the farther out you go. But we do see an amazing diversity of birds using that environment. Satellite telemetry projects with things like Osprey, especially, show oftentimes pretty far offshore in those environments as well. So the pelagic species are rightly at the top of the list of things that we worry about with offshore wind, but there are a number of other bird species that are using that environment. And again, we don't know what the cost of disruption might be. We unfortunately don't have a large enough data set with operational turbines in their path to tell what their reactions are, what those effects and impacts might be. Again, as Chris Hines said, having a robust kind of post-construction monitoring, which we'll talk about a little bit more hopefully, is really important to help us answer those gaps and make sure that we're not having consequences that we didn't foresee when we started this process.
It's actually a great transition. So we've been talking about the Central Atlantic call area, which doesn't have any projects designated in it yet, and it's sort of at this stage where we still have a chance to site it in a way that minimizes impacts to birds and bats and other wildlife. But we also have some areas offshore North Carolina that have already been leased, are going through the permitting process. Kitty Hawk is going through the permitting process, and then we have the 2 leases south of Cape Fear that just released to 2 companies, which is very exciting. So what are those strategies for minimizing impacts to birds and bats from offshore wind projects? And what are the challenges to minimizing impacts to birds and bats during operation? And how will we know if significant impacts do occur once projects are operational? I'm going to start with Chris on this one. Oh, good call. Which Chris? Chris Hine.
Chris.
Yeah, so as Chris Haney mentioned, the first step is avoidance. And for bats, that, again, kind of the distance from shoreline, understanding how bats are using the offshore environment can inform whether that is possible. And it's likely that few bats are using the offshore environment at greater distances. So that would be the first step. But if there are bats and it's determined that there is risk in one or more of these areas, then there are a couple of strategies that you can implement to minimize fatalities. The first is often referred to as curtailment, and this is essentially just slowing the rotor speed of wind turbines during periods of rest. So going the time of year, the conditions that bats are interacting with wind turbines. If you put those wind turbines down at that time, you can reduce mortality. This, of course, has an impact to energy production, so it's not ideal, but we are looking to try to find ways to minimize that impact to energy production while also protecting bats. Another strategy that's being explored is the use of deterrence, in particular acoustic deterrence, so broadcasting ultrasound in the same frequencies that bats use for their echolocation in the attempt to kind of jam their sensory perception of the environment and make an uncomfortable airspace around the wind turbines, has been studied. The results vary quite a bit among species, so there's some work still to be done to try to improve those technologies. And one of the other challenges is that the higher the frequency of the sound, the farther it travels before it just kind of dissipates. And so ultrasound is very hard to project very far. And so right now we're testing devices that are mounted on the tower or kind of the hub of the wind turbine. We may have to explore technologies where the deterrents are mounted on the blades. And some of those technologies are in the early stages of research and development. So still some work to be done to improve that technology.
I guess I can go next. So from the bird perspective, there are sort of a bunch of different ways, and as Chris Haney mentioned, the most important thing really is kind of this early stage of sighting and just figuring out where birds are, so you can figure out where to sight the turbines on the CC. And we have a pretty good handle on some aspects of distribution, like there have been extensive offshore surveys through the AMAPS program. Most wind energy areas will also include aerial surveys that give pretty detailed information on where birds are at different times of the year. But that does have gaps, so it only works for species that are identifiable from kind of distance, that are fairly large bodied, that are there during the day when you're doing a survey, so they're visually accessible. That doesn't really include passerine migrants or shorebird migrants that might be flying very high, that might be flying at night. And it doesn't necessarily tell you anything about where the birds are coming from or where they're going. It just tells you where they are. It's sort of like a snapshot moment in time. So there are gaps that need to be filled in just in terms of baseline distribution, and tracking technologies are one way to do that. So there's been kind of an emphasis on putting these MODIS towers, these automated VHF telemetry towers out during the pre-construction, construction, and post-construction phases to try to get a sense of where sort of smaller bodied birds that can't be tracked using GPS are occurring in these environments and when. And that is kind of in its early stages, but MODIS technology can be a little bit challenging to deal with. And I don't know if anyone here is going to the State of the Science workshop next week, which is in New York, but there's going to be a lot of discussion there about how to kind of optimize MODIS arrays and tagging birds and everything to get this kind of baseline distribution for some of these less accessible species. There's other techniques like acoustic monitoring, radar, things like that might be able to pick up some sort of these distributional aspects. But basically getting that baseline information in place about where birds are so we can figure out sighting is kind of the most urgent priority, I think, at this stage. Thinking about sort of the longer term mitigation and things that can be done once the turbines are in place is sort of like the next stage, and we're not quite there yet at this point. Also figuring out flight altitudes so we can figure out where birds are, but if we don't know what height they're flying at, then we don't really know what their level of risk is, and a lot of even the more advanced kinds of telemetry that we can run on birds don't give you information about altitude. So including kind of visual surveys. MODIS can give you some altitude information, but it's very difficult to derive. Getting that kind of like, are birds actually in the band where they're likely to have collision risk is really important as well. And then finally, further down the line, kind of linking these demographic aspects of like, how are populations responding? As Shiloh mentioned, how do you tease out the effects of these wind energy installations from all the other things that are affecting birds, including climate change, which is ongoing and fairly uncertain, is going to be probably one of the biggest challenges down the line. And for that, I think we're going to be relying a lot on some of these these data sets that are being collected by things like state agencies that go out and do colonial water bird surveys. and give you information on how many birds are breeding in a given year, how successful they are, things like that. Getting those kinds of information accessible, centralized, standardized, not just locally, but for birds that are breeding in the Caribbean, birds that are breeding in Canada. Like, it's a huge amount of information that kind of needs to be pulled together fairly rapidly in a way that we can go back in the future and use those data as a baseline for what's going to be happening once these turbines are in place is super important and something we can be working on right now.
I do think there are things that can be learned and utilized from the land-based wind industry, which is already occurring offshore. Simple things like monopole construction, even the net towers at sea, putting them on buoys where you don't have guy wires, that kind of stuff. Lighting, all the kind of simple stuff that for decades was challenging with onshore has been adapted for offshore, and so those are some of the simpler things that are kind of industry standard now. Even things like floating installations rather than attached to the seafloor kinds of installations. North Carolina, I think, is always going to prove challenging with that, with our hurricane risk. But engineers tell us there are ways to do that. So, but I agree with everything that's been said, and not to take away from further questions, but I do think it points us to this need for real adaptive management post-construction, and so we're in an era where we know a little, and we feel like we need to know a lot. And if we had an adaptive framework that was kind of conservative from the start and said, here's what we know, here's what we need to know, let's monitor this close enough to know if we're having an impact we don't foresee. All of that to say is more challenging in the marine environment than it is on land, and it's pretty challenging on land. So the reality of it is pretty daunting, I think, but something that there's a lot of energy, effort, and money being spent to figure this out. So I think I'm hopeful that we will continue to get better at it, at least.
So I'm going to actually use that transition and ask another question here. Duke University is currently leading a study to further our understanding of impacts to wildlife from offshore wind development. And I mention them specifically because, of course, they're in North Carolina. How are birds and bats addressed in that research? How might the results be relevant for state and federal regulatory agencies? And what other research should we prioritize in North Carolina? I actually would like to let Christopher Haney start, since I didn't let him answer the last one.
I'll need to have the question repeated in chat. I can't distinguish almost anything in the conversation.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, Chris. Do you want to share my computer so you can chat? Okay. I'll let Juliet start here.
I can speak a little bit to, I know there are people in the room that are actually on Project WOW, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I know Biodiversity Research Institute is working as a collaborator on that project to do some tracking of...
Can you move quite closer to the microphone?
Northern gannets and some other species. So there's kind of a need for this, regional scale approach to be filling gaps, not only in North Carolina, but in how North Carolina kind of fits into the overall picture of what's going on at the Atlantic coast in terms of both bird movements and, cumulative effects of offshore wind. So that's really the strength of that kind of a collaborative project that can integrate information across the entire sort of Atlantic coastal seascape. And figuring out how these sort of highly mobile, especially seabirds, are being exposed to offshore wind in the context of its entire development along the coast. And so the tracking is an important piece of that, and an important information gap that needs to be filled for a lot of species. And I think Project WOW is kind of focusing in on some of those key gaps at the regional scale.
Okay, so to recap here, Juliet just gave us a little overview of how birds and bats are addressed in the Duke University project that's currently ongoing. But the follow-up to that is, what other research should we prioritize in North Carolina And how would that be useful for state and federal agencies?
Okay, well, that I can hear very well, thank you. Here's where I think the greatest need is, because this would touch on what some of the early speakers have expressed about land birds and shore birds. So if we look across all bird species total, what do we really need to know? And that is what effect offshore lighting around these turbines and wind fields and farms have. What impact they have is disorienting birds and increasing the risk of collision. What we do know is that the Procellariiform seabirds and songbirds get very disoriented at night when the lighting shines through fog or heavy rain, and it confuses them and they'll fly right into the structure. We know this from studies of offshore oil and gas platforms in the Gulf and elsewhere. So I think looking at what sorts of lighting minimize that risk, what spectrum of lighting minimizes it, and whether there might be curtailment protocols to reduce or turn off the lighting in certain settings when the risk is really, really, really high. That is my biggest nightmare about collision risk in birds, is, you get a northeaster or some other storm at night and you have these massive fallouts with big kills of birds. So I think lighting, much like acoustic work for bats, I think lighting work for birds would be the area of greatest research. One area.
Chris Hine, I'd like to give you an opportunity to answer the question as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know specifics of where they will be conducting their research. There's a lot of area to cover. And so work that they're doing that could be repeated in other locations using the same methodology, I think is beneficial. So if they're not covering all the way down to North Carolina and then research, following what work they're doing, I think will be important. They're going to be assessing baseline activity and movement patterns, which is good, and using that to assess collision risk. One thing that kind of as a partner to the latter part of the research is the need to develop technologies that can actually detect collision risk, because we can't do the same types of post-construction mortality monitoring that we do on land. And so there's several groups that are exploring collision detection systems. These are vibration sensors installed on the blades of wind turbines that can pick up the vibration from a collision event. And if you pair that with other technologies such as the video cameras, you can get a sense of the object, whether it's a bird or a bat, that collided with the wind turbine, and in some cases maybe get more specific than, it was a bird or bat, and you can get a sense of the species of bird, or at least the group that it's in. So there's a lot of complementary type of research that can go on in addition to that university project.
Chris? No? Okay, that's great. So I just want to recap what we have going on offshore North Carolina. The Kitty Hawk Wind Project, the area offshore North Carolina furthest along in the permitting process, is currently undergoing environmental review. BOEM last year published its intent to draft an environmental impact statement for the project's construction and operation plan, and that will eventually be the basis for its final decision to permit the project. The Long Bay Wilmington East area has been successfully leased for 2 projects, and those facilities are likely now working on their species assessment plans. The Central Atlantic Call area has only recently been defined and still will need to undergo environmental assessment before BOEM decides which areas to lease. So given that we have these various areas under consideration at different stages. What can North Carolina do now in terms of regulations, research, and mitigation for each of these areas at different stages of the process?
I'll take a first shot at that maybe. And part of this, I think, for me, comes from the experience we had on land-based winds 10 years ago, working on regulation for that. And I think one of the best things we can do right now is really pay attention to the Central Atlantic and really bring everything we know to bear on the delineation of those new wind energy areas. I was involved, as were a number of folks in this room, on the original Kitty Hawk and the central Morehead City call area, Wilmington East and West, and all that. And I will say that wildlife, and military, and fisheries interests, and everybody else really weighed in heavily, and those the bounds of those call areas changed a lot for the better, I think, at least from a bird perspective. And so we have this opportunity with a large slate of call areas in the Central Atlantic to really put your interests on the table. I'm not just talking about bird folks. Audubon and others in this room have been asking the governor's office and others to kind of seek a committee that would help the state weigh in on those comment periods and stuff. And we feel like that's one of the best things we can do is keep everybody in the room and share what we know and what we don't know and where our concerns are. To me, that's if we get the delineation as correct as possible, then the rest of it becomes easier. We're always going to have imperfect knowledge, but if we at least get what our concerns are out and on the table right now for those areas, we'll be better for it, and the projects will be better for it as well.
I can speak kind of from a regional perspective, I guess. So most of you are probably aware of the BOEM's comment periods. There are plenty of opportunities along the various stages of these projects to submit comments and to engage. I think various organizations will also engage with BOEM directly. I know Nature Conservancy does that when they have particular concerns that they want to talk about. They'll also sort of talk to contacts at BOEM sort of outside of the formal process, and there are opportunities for that. Nature Conservancy in Virginia has had some success working directly with Dominion, who's working on the offshore, the wind energy that's being installed offshore in Virginia, putting together sort of various research projects to fill information gaps, and there's academic partners involved with that as well. So there are kind of opportunities to work directly with developers in some cases to get some sort of urgent research needs off the ground. And then at kind of the regional scale, there are various organizations that are putting together sort of science plans, prioritization schemes, things like that for research that will affect any wind energy that's going in along the Atlantic coast. So the Regional Wildlife Science Collaborative that Shiloh mentioned, there's opportunities to engage with the various subcommittees on that. There's a bird and bat subcommittee that holds open meetings that anyone can attend, and they're putting together kind of a science plan for birds and bats that applies to the entire Atlantic coast. There's also the Environmental Technical Working Group, which is part of the New York Department of Energy, basically the State Department, but also has sort of a regional scale and regional representation. And they have a lot of different subgroups that are working on things like prioritizing research needs that are identified in various documents that have been put together over time, as well as kind of collaborating on regional scale work. And all of those are going to be informing what kind of research gets done, what kind of requirements are being made of developers along the line as they get lease agreements in place, what kind of sort of monitoring requirements are being asked of them. So these are all opportunities to have input not only on what happens in North Carolina, but what happens along the entire Atlantic coast. So I would encourage anyone who's sort of looking for ways to get involved, even if there aren't specific projects that they're interested in, to kind of look into some of these different opportunities to get their voices heard and to really influence how science and monitoring and, you know, installation and implementation are going to be occurring throughout the region.
Chris, do you have any response?
Again, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear any of that. I'll refer to the other Chris.
Apologies, it is difficult to hear some things, but what I did hear, I totally agree with what Juliet and Doris were saying, and hopefully this isn't a repeat of what they said. One thing that I think is important to do now is establish the infrastructure offshore for us to be able to monitor bird and bat movement, so buoy system or developing systematic boat surveys, whatever is needed for us to put equipment or conduct the monitoring to understand baseline activity patterns, I think is important. And then keep, and I believe this was mentioned, but you know, following what work is being done in other parts of the Atlantic and collecting data in a comparable manner, I think will be helpful, and then also making sure that data is accessible so that we can all learn and build on what everybody is learning from their research.
I would just add that it's really important that these projects develop a post-construction monitoring framework and protocol that looks for impacts. If we find in the fullness of time that our worst fears or our concerns weren't realized, then those kinds of things can be scaled back. I just don't think we should go into the future armed with ignorance about what the potential impacts are. So one of the things I believe the public can strongly influence is ask for the development to use a monitoring protocol that can detect any sort of anticipated impacts after construction.
Thank you for that, and thanks for dealing with the technological challenges from far away. I appreciate that. The areas under construction for offshore wind in North Carolina are in federal waters. They're not in North Carolina waters, or at least the turbines aren't. Why is this a North Carolina issue for birds and bats, and what is North Carolina's ability to influence the siting and mitigation for these projects, if it is purchasing the power, or even if it isn't purchasing the power? This may be more of a question for Curtis, since it's a North Carolina specific question, and he's dealt more with the policy side of things on occasion.
Yeah, I was going to say, and David Webster, if I misspeak here, make sure and speak up for me. So usually this falls to, like, if the projects are in federal or international waters, like, why would North Carolina in its statutory waters, like, have a dog in this fight, right? Part of that is just that many of these resources do occur in state waters during parts of their life cycle. Many of the songbirds and shorebirds and others that are going to be impacted by potential development are also kind of trust species from North Carolina. Our Wildlife Action Plan lists almost every species that you're going to see in comment letters on offshore wind as species that are at least on North Carolina's official list of kind of trust species. I do serve as the bird chair of the State Scientific Council, and it's our job kind of to put forward species for listing or special concern, threatened, endangered, that kind of stuff for the state of North Carolina. I will say we typically have not listed purely pelagic species like Bermuda petrel and others that have come up for inclusion in that list, although we keep putting them up sometimes to see if we can get some traction there. The main way I think that this is important, though, is, you know, that power has to come ashore, and this is to your point, Shiloh, about whether or not the power is actually consumed here in North Carolina or not, or comes ashore in North Carolina. There is going to be a point where that transmission, that connectivity and everything else does become state waters and state property. And so, you know, in the past we've had prohibitions on things like directional boring under dune lines, those kinds of things. All those things have a regulatory side here in North Carolina. So as cabling is connecting back and all those things, and it does definitely become a North Carolina issue. North Carolina also is being asked directly by BOEM and others to submit comments and, as a state on all of these projects. And so the Wildlife Resources Commission and DEQ and Division of Marine Fisheries and everybody else are submitting comments on these projects. And so, you know, the state is working really hard to make sure that their agencies are up to speed on what's happening here. Again, we you know, would really like for there to be a broader stakeholder group that's continuing to meet regularly in North Carolina with those agencies to kind of answer some of those questions. But I think we all understand that, you know, the birds are, as Juliet said, highly mobile, and most of these species, even the purely pelagic species, are going to wind up foraging at the mouth of the Cape Fear during a storm event, or maybe even Lake Norman in the interior of the state after a hurricane. So all these species do touch our state and aren't limited to just that offshore. The other piece too that I think, we don't talk about this, I don't think, enough with the wildlife angle, is just the commerce part of this. You know, folks go offshore to see these birds. Brian Pattison for years has led trips, and Chris Haney has worked with Brian and Dave Lee, formerly with the North Carolina Museum of Natural Science. And, you know, it's big business for folks to come see these species wherever they occur in North Carolina or offshore, and protecting that resource and protecting the viewshed from the beach and all the rest of it, as you know, are components of this debate about offshore land. So, I hope that's enough of an answer, Sean.
Yeah, I would just like to add that North Carolina really has, I think, an uncommon level of, it should have an uncommon level of interest in its natural resources beyond state jurisdiction, partly because it does support local economies. It isn't just commercial seabird and whale watching. That's very important in North Carolina, and it's actually world renowned. I met people in South Africa earlier this year who were very well aware, couldn't wait to come back to North Carolina, not some other states, but North Carolina. But there's also the commercial fishermen, recreational fishermen. So I think there is a large stakeholder interest, a financial interest in what happens in North Carolina that are aware as well.
I would say also, Curtis mentioned, you know, where the energy touches down, that's often not just a state level issue, but like a municipality level issue once they start getting to the point of like different people sort of landing points and things like that. So yeah, getting involved not just at the state level, but at extremely local levels to figure out the best siting for these kind of touchdown points is really important, regardless of where the turbines themselves are located.
Thank you. Those are all really helpful responses. Chris, did you have anything to add to that? I didn't want to leave you out.
Yeah, you know, with respect to that, you know, although they do use the offshore environment, they have to come back to land to roost and to forage, and that's our an economically important species and are important for agricultural and forest health. So they're important to the state, and I think the states do have a role along with the other stakeholders in informing decisions. And in most cases, I'd say that the states have the experts on the wildlife within their states to help make good informed decisions. So I definitely think that the states have a role in this component of offshore wind and with respect to wildlife.
So we've talked a lot about petrel and tree roosting bats. Are there species that we need to keep in mind as we build offshore wind, even if our current knowledge base doesn't necessarily suggest that there's a great deal of overlap for those particular bird and bat species?
Maybe I'll just start off. As I mentioned earlier, there are 4 federally listed species of bats that occur in North Carolina. And there are 2 other species that may be listed by the end of the year, or certainly within a year. And we know that these bats, to some degree, some of them use the offshore environment. So again, it really depends on how far out from shore they're using it and whether they will interact with wind turbines. But because they're federally listed, there are laws against take and actions that you have to do to avoid, minimize, and mitigate that take. So it is, although likely more rare in this case, it's still something that is working under consideration.
I'll just put in a plug for species of birds. And these are generally, by definition, marine birds that typically fall off the table of our attention in the United States because they're not listed. They don't fall under the protection of the Endangered Species Act. They're not part of the state's wildlife action plan. They're not part of a state listing or species of conservation attention. Those kinds of birds may be extremely rare. They may in fact be much rarer than those in our own jurisdiction, but they use our offshore waters. And I think for birds, that is the kind of thing that we ought not to lose sight of. That even though something nests in Brazil or in the Cape Verde Islands, if it's using offshore waters in North Carolina regularly, it makes it vulnerable to any sort of conservation threat there.
And I'll go in the other direction and I'll
There's some of the same challenges with bats in that way because they're small, and that's another group to keep an eye on.
I'd like us to take us back out for a bigger picture approach. And given that birds and bats are not the only wildlife using the areas under consideration, and that the environment is not the only potential use conflict, how should we address these sometimes conflicting needs if we are to reach 30 gigawatts by 2030 to address climate change? And I'm going to let Chris Haney start so that we're letting the online Chris's not having to respond to our in-person folks.
Well, thank you. I'll try to keep this brief. Well, I think maybe the first cut at this from the standpoint of birds would be to find those areas where the sighting causes the least risk to birds, all birds, coastal land birds, songbirds, shorebirds, and marine birds. And then if those areas are still in a high conflict zone for something else, say marine mammals, then use other methods to mitigate the harm to them, if it's possible. I'm optimistic about birds and wind in this sense. There are places on continental shelves where there's just not a lot of bird activity. This is usually not all of them, usually in the middle shelf, not too far off and not too close. It's kind of Goldilocks zone, just right. And if that area is also, for example, a minimal conflict zone for bats, we still may have problems with all sorts of visual impairment, fisherman activity, marine mammals, the pile driving and so on. And then we'll have to work at other methods. But I think there are ways to get the least harm to the fewest stakeholders, but it will take kind of a sort of a multi-layered, complex approach to look at all of these factors at one time.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Chris just said. There's a lot to juggle, and it takes a collaborative effort with all of the stakeholders feeding in information so that decision makers can make responsible decisions for all of the interests that are at play. With respect to wildlife, like Chris just mentioned, we need to identify the risks, apply the mitigation hierarchy, avoid where we can, minimize where we can't avoid, and mitigate what we can't minimize. And then adapt and learn as we go. I think we'll, continue to learn about these dynamics, about these interactions between birds, bats, and offshore wind for a long time. And we need to be able to respond accordingly with new information that comes in.
Yeah, I mean, other than just wildlife, if you said it on one of these phone calls, you see, like, there's the Department of Defense that wants this whole area for their, flight training or whatever. So, yeah, once we get the wildlife community together, there's all these other stakeholders that will influence where sighting actually happens. So I think definitely having sort of adaptive management kind of plans in place, kind of understanding what the interactions are, not just where birds are located. Like, you can't just kind of take an entire area off the table because birds are there, because then there would be no areas available for offshore wind. So prioritizing different species in terms of their vulnerability, in terms of their sort of activity, their behavior, their likely interactions, and really zeroing in on those areas that are just sort of no-goes and kind of making sure that those are really clear. And then figuring out where the compromises are, where the potential sort of adaptive management avenues are for those other areas that might be lower conflict. I think, we can't eliminate conflict, but we can kind of figure out how to manage it, I think.
So I haven't seen any cards being raised, but I wanted to make sure that I hadn't missed any if people had, oh my. Well, I should have asked this question earlier.
Feel free to hold those up during the talks as well. Don't have to wait for the end.
We're in North Carolina. Everybody has, manners here. Sure, we'll get to all of these in the next 5 minutes.
I was going to mention that Pasha over there has a lot of bat stickers, so if you like bats, you should go get stickers. Just intermission here.
The most important update from this panel.
Okay, let's see if I get to a couple of these at least. So we've addressed collision a little bit and monitoring a little bit, but I'm going to ask a more specific question from the audience. How will we know if collision mortality occurs in the offshore setting? I'm going to let Chris Hine go here first.
Yeah, I think, and this won't be perfect, but I think we need technologies to help us observe collision in real time. So I mentioned these strike detection systems or collision detection systems earlier. They can provide a certain amount of information, whether a collision occurred or not. And then you need other technologies to get more detail. Cameras, maybe acoustic detectors. But in order to get a sense of how well these technologies work, we need to validate their performance onshore. And to the best of our ability, calibrate it with what we're finding from standard post-construction monitoring. Some of these technologies are in development and undergoing testing and validation, so they're progressing. But, you know, they haven't been deployed in the offshore setting yet. And we really don't know how effective they will be. So there's a lot of things that still need to be worked out with respect to their limitations and biases.
I would second all of that, strongly endorse all of that, and just to add that what we've learned from onshore monitoring is that you have to actually look quite a ways from the turbine, not just right under it or right at it, in order to detect bats or birds that have collided with the structure. Without advanced new technology, there isn't an effective way to monitor bats or birds that are lost to collision. And the only maybe saving grace is that we already know from onshore experience that the number of deaths, at least for birds, is rather lower than one might suppose. Otherwise, we'd be even more concerned than we are. But absent new technology in the testing and verification of that technology, we don't have a means to readily capture birds that collide with structures. Let's see.
Yeah, and I would just add that, you know, our surrogate for that right now is kind of this, you know, species by species collision risk assessment models that just say, what is the specific behaviors of the species that puts it at risk or not? And certain species fly low across the top of the water, others are in the rotor swept area most of the time. And so all these things start to inform, you know, a collision risk assessment model, which is just that, it's a model. It's not ground truth in any way, just built on the biology of the species. And to both of the points that have been made, you know, until we have a better technological solution, we just aren't going to know with a whole lot of certainty in an offshore environment. At least on land, we've built these models that include things like scavenging and how long the carcass remains on the ground and all those kinds of things give us maybe a better sense of what that looks like. But obviously all that's much more challenging in the offshore environment.
So how in the permitting process, right? There's a lot of permitting that goes on for these projects. It's a you know, relatively in-depth process. How do we address and balance the need to make sure that the permitting process addresses wildlife concerns in a safe manner with the need to build out offshore wind in order to address our climate change concerns?
I'd say some of these regional scale efforts are kind of looking at how to do that. I mentioned, you know, the RWSC and the E-Twig to figure out sort of what are the immediate information gaps that need to be filled and where do we kind of have enough information to put together a picture of what's going on. And, you know, we know that the timeline is pretty tight and BOEM is kind of a freight train that's going to keep moving. And so filling some of these really key uncertainties in a timely manner and figuring out where the data are already sort of available and what the level of confidence is, I guess, that we have in the data that we already have is sort of a really key and really immediate need that some of these groups are trying to fill by putting together prioritization schemes and science plans and things like that. Yeah, so that's an effort that's in progress, but there is kind of a time crunch of really needing to get that information together. And also, you know, Chris Haney already mentioned the importance of data sharing and data standardization, and that's one thing that I think a lot of groups are really trying to get a handle on right now so that we can kind of standardize research efforts as quickly as possible and make sure that we're being efficient in how we conduct research to really, like, in a timely manner to fill these important gaps.
And I would just add, you know, for many of the groups in this room who have submitted a lot of comments on projects to date, you know, there's a constant, we continually ask BOEM to encourage / require a lot more information as early in the process as possible on what an eventual post-construction monitoring plan might look like, and that it be kind of baked into the leasing, the COP, the FDISs, like every step of the process. And for I guess for these early projects, we don't see a lot of actual commitment to that level of detail early in the process. So the earlier the better, and whether that comes from BOEM or a state asking for it early in the process, I think is an area that we could strengthen from a wildlife perspective for sure.
Chris, would you like to address the question at all, how we balance the need to mitigate climate change for birds and bats, and the need to balance that with mitigating impacts from wind energy for birds and bats offshore?
Well, sorry, yeah, I know National Audubon intentionally and very deliberately is addressing this in concert. So renewable energy is seen as part and parcel of ways to reduce the impacts of climate change on the planet, and specifically for birds, to actually improve the conservation prospects of birds. Permitting, I think, just provides a wonderful opportunity to require, implement, test, verify, and then, if necessary or when it's appropriate, retire monitoring programs that look at the impacts on wildlife. We find if our worst fears are abated, and we find that there's really very little collision risk in a wind farm, then great, that maybe we can sort of scale back. I do think permitting gives a chance for the public's interest in protecting natural resources to be met by the developer. And there's also a chance to learn a lot more about it. I have to say that the wind industry has been pretty active in this way in applying and using new technologies to see what happens. But the permitting stage is leverage. That's how I see it. It's leverage for wildlife.
I don't think I have anything else to add. I think others answered it very well, and I agree with what's been said.
All right, well, I want to thank our panelists and give everybody a chance to thank our panelists as well.
My name is Andy Reed, and I'll be moderating this session. I've been studying marine mammals in North Carolina for more than 25 years now. I do a little bit of work on sea turtles, but most of my work is on marine mammals, and I'm a professor at the Duke University Marine Lab in Beaufort, and also director of the lab. I currently have projects working offshore, North Carolina, particularly off the point where I know some of you guys make your living, so it's nice to see people in a different setting here. We're going to run this session a little differently. We've been asked to address the same three questions that all the panels have been asked to: the potential impacts of offshore wind, the state of the science, and potential solutions. And we're going to farm out those questions to different folks to address them. We're also going to primarily focus in our discussions and presentations on the North Atlantic right whale. This is the most pressing conservation issue for marine mammals and sea turtles along the U.S. East Coast. So most of what we're going to talk about is about right whales. But I really encourage you, if you have questions about sea turtles or other marine mammals, please fill out your cards, bring them up here, and we'll address as many of them as we can during the Q&A. So we're going to start with status of North Atlantic right whales and potential impacts of wind. Bill McClellan from UNC Wilmington is going to take that. Then we'll pass it over to Pat Halpin from Duke University, who will talk about Project WOW that you just heard about a little bit, of wildlife and offshore wind. He'll also talk about the latest North Atlantic right whale models and the need for regional scale work here in North Carolina. Then I'll turn it over to Rob Schick to my left here, who will talk about how we go about modeling some of the sublethal effects of disturbance with whales like North Atlantic right whales. And then lastly, Brandon Southfall, who's calling in from California, will talk about lessons learned in terms of what we need in our science from experiences further north. So I think without any more introductory remarks, I'll turn it over to Bill, who will tell us about where we stand with North Atlantic right whales and what some of the potential issues are for right whales in offshore wind.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Welcome, folks. Happy to be here today. My name is Bill McClellan. I'm at UNC Wilmington, right across the way here. Until recently, I was the marine mammal strain coordinator in the state of North Carolina. I've been working for 35 years in the field and 25 years here in North Carolina. Two kind of parts of the research that we've done in our lab that I share with Dr. Pat there. So we do aerial surveys for a bunch of different projects, and we've been doing aerial surveys for 20 years at coastal, shelf, and offshore pelagic, up to 200 miles offshore in aerial survey efforts, and all of those data have been put together into the big distribution model that's here that Jason Roberts has been leading and Pat Halpin will be talking about today. Another component that I spend more of my time on is looking at marine mammal health and mortality factors. I have been leading large whale necropsies around the world for years now. So I sit on the large whale tick reduction team, all tick reduction teams in the Atlantic Ocean. I sit on 2 bone panels to look at actually entanglement and vessel strike risk. And a new panel is coming out to look at contractual language related to the earlier contractual language is permitting and how that's going to happen will come around. I sit on the working group for unusual mortality events and the core investigative team for investigating large whale mortalities, not only in the United States, but around the world. So I think I've been doing this for a long time. Andy asked me if I would set the table of where we currently are with North Atlantic right whales, as their distribution includes current and future wind protected areas, and this is the most critically endangered whale that most needs our attention and our protection. While North Atlantic is an important part of their name, North Carolina is an important part of their distribution. That's the famous North Atlantic right whale. Halpin is known to have given birth right off from Johnny Mercer's Pier, less than 5 miles away from where we are right now. So I'm going to put a few numbers on the table of where we are with North Atlantic right whales. The current abundance estimate for North Atlantic right whales is 336 individuals in the population. We know the numbers are really precise. We do a lot of work monitoring them. And the population is in severe decline. This is troubling, as before 2010, the population was increasing, had reached just about 500 individuals. An even more troubling statistic is that there are now only 80 known reproductive females in the population. And the length of time between their calving events is now over 10 years, which adds up to be a population that will be very slow to recover. One that really can't afford additional mortalities for decades in the future. This reality is recognized in the federal regulations that only allow 0.7 of a single whale to remove from the population per year. And North Atlantic right whales have been identified as being an unusual mortality event in 2017, critically endangered whale. That's just a quick review where we are with numbers for North Atlantic right whales. Most of this audience have likely heard that the current problems North Atlantic right whales face, so I'll just outline them here. Each has relevance to wind energy development. The first of those is sound. North Atlantic right whales are experiencing the continued increase in ocean noise that has the potential to mask sounds whales use to communicate with each other. It's now well documented that North Atlantic right whale mom-cat pairs produce very quiet calls back and forth to each other. That's to eliminate or reduce the potential of predation. We've actually documented 4 white shark predation events on right whale calves in the last 10 years. These calls were only documented recently because the calls could not be heard more than a few yards away from those mom-cat pairs. Very, very quiet. The second is entanglements. Severe entanglement in heavy fishing gear has continued at 10 to 20 individuals per year. And while fishing gear has been identified as the main cause of these entanglements, there's also concern about adding large numbers of anchored vessels and anchoring systems during construction and maintenance of wind platforms. The third is vessel strikes. Vessel strikes have found an increase during the duration of the mortality event, and we've seen a particular spike in the last couple of years in the critical calving habitat, which extends from North Carolina through southeastern from Florida to southeastern North Carolina with 3 documented mortalities recently. And these are only the whales that we've actually recovered and for which we've determined the cause of death. Importantly, a recent study published by a senior scientist at the National Marine Fisheries Service estimated that we were losing 3 times more whales than those documented mortalities, or as many as 20 to 25 individual North Atlantic right whales per year. Clearly, North Atlantic right whales cannot withstand this level of known and cryptic mortality, and as the National Marine Fisheries Service regulation states, must be reduced to near zero if these whales are to avoid extinction in the time frames that many of these wind projects will be operational. Just last week, a federal judge ruled that the current management plans and the pace at which they are being implemented are not sufficient to deal with this increasing extinction risk. The judge has given the parties involved a very short time frame to reach the serious injury and mortality goals that are outlined in the Marine Mammal Protection Act and even now in the Endangered Species Act. So I would suggest keeping your eyes on this issue as new regulations are likely. And finally, while the development of offshore wind energy is an important factor to fight in the fight to address climate change, we're all happy to see you in the room here, it cannot add additional risk to these critically endangered North Atlantic right whale. Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you, Bill, for setting the stage. We'll now turn to Dr. Pat Halpin from Duke University in Durham, and Pat will describe again Project WOW. He'll talk about some of the latest models we have that describe the distribution of right whales and inform potential risk in terms of co-occurrence of right whales and wind, and then the need for some dedicated regional scale work here in North Carolina. So Pat, over to you.
All right. Andy, can you see my slides? Okay.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Fantastic. I'm Pat Halpin. I'm direct the Marine Geospatial Ecology Lab at Duke University and have been working at Duke for more than 25 years. And I'm one of the co-PIs on the Project WOW Wildlife and Offshore Wind project that's just ramping up with Department of Energy and BOEM funding with Doug Nowacek and Brian Murray. Just to jump in really quickly, some of the distinctions that we see, pretty gross distinctions we see between thinking about seabirds and cetaceans. One of them, and Bill just mentioned these exact topics, is that there's a focus on marine mammals thinking about potential risks from noise and increased ship strikes during the time of construction. So it's much more of a temporal problem of thinking about when and where the animals are going to be passing through these sites. And that's one thing that we're very, very concerned about with managing marine mammals and wind energy. Another point I'd like to bring up at first is there's a lot of lessons to be learned from the European and UK side of wind energy that are well over a decade ahead of us, but most of those studies do not include large migratory whales. And so it is a very different environment, and we are breaking new ground in terms of dealing with managing wind energy and large marine mammals in this side of the ocean. Project WOW, which has probably already been mentioned before in this meeting, is really looking at 3 main components: data synthesis, looking at statistical and modeling frameworks, and then actually doing field work. These kind of synthetic frameworks we're thinking about, one is looking at occurrence, exposure, response, and consequences, looking at risk matrices, and then looking at population consequences of wind energy on marine mammals. And each of these types of risk frameworks becomes more complex as you move forward. The first one, looking at occurrence and exposure, is where my lab really comes in, because we do a lot of the work on amassing models and geospatial mapping data on where the animals are, where we think they will be. And so this plot here is showing marine mammals and seabirds, and then doing a simple overlay of wind energy areas. And then on the right-hand side, you can see traces that are looking at the expectation from the models of what would be the abundance of marine mammals during different months of the year. The red trace is looking at all baleen whales, and the blue line is isolating out our expectation of when North Atlantic right whales would be in those regions, just to give you a flavor of this kind of analysis. Just 2 weeks ago, our lab finished wrapping up developing 30 new models
of all the marine mammal species for the US Atlantic coast. This was epic level work led by Jason Roberts and Tina Yak in our lab group. This work is relying on a huge amount of collaborative efforts of survey data. They've amassed more than hundreds of thousands of kilometers of aircraft and ship surveys to try to pull all this data together and normalize it to build models. And this is just epic level work in terms of the amount of tedious effort that goes into building these. I just wanted to show one example of the many, many different maps that come out of this that just were developed last month. This is looking at the most recent models for North Atlantic right whale. On the left side, you're seeing the survey effort, or the gray line track lines. The white dots are passive acoustic monitoring sites, and the red circles are looking at detections of North Atlantic right whales. On the right side, going through the movie here, is looking at monthly model predictions of the abundance and density of right whales. This is just to give you a flavor of the many kinds of data that we're now preparing to help us do a better job of looking at planning and managing wind energy development and impact studies. The field work that is being planned in the future is going to start in the Northeast, in the Massachusetts, Rhode Island area, which is going to allow us to look at during and post-construction effort. And then in the New York Bight, is going to let us look at pre-construction and during construction effort. And so this is going to give us opportunities to actually look empirically at potential impacts on marine mammals. Finally, the intent of these initial studies is that lessons learned will hopefully be transferable to new planning and development going on in the North Carolina region. But my hope, and this is my personal view, is that we need to be planning and resourcing future North Carolina regional studies now and getting these things organized and off the ground. Just to wrap up the last slide, it takes a village. And while Duke is leading Project WOW, it's really a consortium of 15 different research organizations working together. We have an external advisory board of NGOs, federal agencies, and industry. And then we're relying very heavily on the RWSC, the Regional Wildlife Science Collaborative, to really try to bring in stakeholder engagement. And actually the RWSC Marine Mammal subgroup is actually meeting tomorrow morning. I'll leave it there, and back to you, Andy.
Thank you, Pat. That's an excellent overview of kind of the current state of our knowledge of right whales, where and when they occur. I'll now pass it over to Rob, who'll tell us about current state of understanding in terms of disturbance and non-lethal impacts.
Thanks, Andy. Hi, everyone. My name is Rob Schick, and I'm a research scientist at Duke University. I work on several different kinds of projects, but basically if it's marine related and has sort of a math component to it, I tend to be pretty interested in it. I basically work at a couple of different levels. One is sort of at the individual level, trying to understand in particular how tagged animals move, what sort of features of the environment are driving their distribution, both sort of in XY space and also diving down through the water column. And also at a higher level, so if an animal that is tagged experiences disturbance, you might say, well, so what, basically. And that's part of the reason that we're here today, is to figure out, well, what does that so what translate to for the individual and also at the population level. So I'm involved in a couple of different projects and that are sort of trying to address these. This is one that's funded by BOEM. It's being led by the University of St. Andrews. And I don't expect you to be able to read and parse through all of this right now, because there's a lot of information on this, and we're going to try to pack, I should say, a lot of research into 2 years worth of work. But the idea here is basically, you know, you can work, ideally we work in, scientists work in sort of data-rich environments, right? So we had to go out and collect data that are sort of driven by questions, and then we want to say, like, okay, well, let's try to make sense of that and understand it, and then kind of publish and print the results and convey to stakeholders. In this case, we're looking at a situation where we're sort of data poor, and you want to say, well, okay, I hate to say that about right whales because they're not data poor, but in terms of the response to how they respond to offshore wind, that is sort of a data poor environment. And so what we're trying to do is build up an understanding of what people know and then do it for projections of models. So if a disturbance of some kind happens on a whale, how do we start to stay, like, what does that happen for the population? What does that mean for the population level understanding? And so in particular, we're using different scenarios that have been outlined in conjunction with BOEM to say, okay, what are the types of stressors that the animals are going to experience? And sorry, which one is,
It's the arrow, yeah.
The arrow, okay. Can that be seen? Oh, okay. All we'll put this in the supplemental in terms of the actual title. So the types of stressors that we're looking at here, and Wham nicely outlined them early on, and Pat followed up with that, are vessel traffic noise and entanglement with fishing gear. And so the last one is something that I care a lot about and done a lot of work on. And here's the two scenarios we're looking at. And again, this sort of builds on what Pat just said. We're looking at the southern New England area and also the area of Virginia. And so questions about how understanding that we generate and come up with will translate down to North Carolina are critical. And I will also say, because I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of the idea of multiple stressors, that there are many things that these animals, and also the birds too, and bats that we heard about earlier, have to face with. And so one of the things to think like, okay, well, animals, entangled with fishing gear, and that's, huge cost to the animal. But they're also facing the issue where they're migrating past, many ports that are hugely busy and have ship strike risk, and also the masking issues that Wham talked about happen differentially up and down their habitat. And if you think about some of the calls that were out and looked at earlier in the first session in terms of the spatial distribution, just within the offshore wind risk alone, whales have multiple geographic areas that they're going to have to migrate through and carry that burden. And here's a table about how we're going through to sort of pull some of the results and tie what we know about these mechanisms or what we think might happen and how those will parameterize through into a projection model at the population level. Okay, so Wham spared us from gruesome photos, and sorry, we have at least one gruesome photo. This is a paper we just published last month, and this was focused solely on the impacts of entanglement with fishing gear. And so when we think about the impact of these multiple stressors, it's important to imagine like, okay, well, we just want to figure out one at a time and understand that, and then you have to layer on, in a statistical sense, all these different stressors that the animals are facing. And so that's important to think about, well, okay, what's the impact of offshore wind in North Carolina? Critical, right? That's why we're here. But what is it given the right whales are facing entanglement in this area, another area, and maybe carrying gear as this animal carried for about 10 months before she died. Okay, and I don't expect you to learn the nitty-gritty of this, but basically these are survival curves for right whales that have been entangled. And the lower down they are, the worse they are. So we're comparing females on the left and males on the right that have been entangled with entanglements of different severity. So as you go down towards the purple, these are these severe entanglements that Bill just outlined. So lower is worse, so this is basically saying that a female with a severe entanglement, of which just said there are only 8 of these remaining that are reproductively active, are likely to die very shortly following these severe entanglements. So it's a critical thing to keep in mind. Okay, this will be my last slide, and this is also a project I'm working on, this being led by Peter Tyack from the University of St. Andrews. And this has multiple case studies where we're looking at dolphins in Barataria Bay down in the Gulf of Mexico, elephant seals out on the west coast, and right whales up and down the east coast. And basically the critical thing we want to go at, whereas the Bowen project I talked about is sort of relatively speaking data poor, this one's relatively speaking data rich, even though it's the same case study. And what we really want to figure out is what are the costs of these different stressors. I just have one bullet that shows different stressors animals are faced, but we outlined them 2 slides back on the survival of individuals and also on the fecundity. So there's the two key vital rates that we want to track and understand better as we figure out how this species is going to survive the different threats that it faces. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Rob. We're now going to turn to Brandon Southfall from Southfall Environmental Associates, who is joining us from beautiful Tahoe, California. Poor Brandon. And he's going to tell us a little bit about information needs and what we can learn from some collaborative efforts further to the north. So over to you, Brandon.
All right, thanks so much, Andy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to join remotely. I'm out in the woods here, but I'm with Southfall Environmental Associates. I'm a chief scientist. I'm also an adjunct assistant professor at Duke University and adjunct at the University of California, Santa Cruz. I've done a lot of work on measuring the effects of noise on both the hearing and the behavior of marine mammals of different species in the lab and in the field. I've also worked to try to synthesize that information in noise exposure criteria in terms of policy implications of managing noise impacts, and recently done some work on risk assessment methods for different types of disturbance, including offshore wind on the East Coast and the West Coast through some collaborations with BOEM. I'm happy to be a part of the Project WOW team, and I'm going to talk just briefly about some work that I did with a number of other people in the NYSERDA process that some of you may be familiar with. And I'll go ahead and share just a couple of slides that I have. Are those coming up okay there, Andy?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Yeah, so this was a large effort organized through NYSERDA to look at the state of the science for wildlife and offshore wind. There were a number of plenary sessions and people attending from around the world. As Pat said, a lot of people from Europe that have been working on some of these issues in other contexts. There were then work groups that sort of came out of this on 7 different core areas, including marine mammals, that were set up to kind of identify key research needs and coordinate efforts and make some recommendations. There was then a webinar, the reports of each of the workshops, or the working groups, and the proceedings of those working groups. So in the process of these working groups, and I think part of why I'm talking about this, even though it was sort of focused on some of these other areas, is that, as Pat said, the themes were a little more overarching and really kind of considered issues that relate to the entire East Coast and you know our migratory species that we have there. So there were 7 work groups focused on different topics, including birds and bats and marine mammals and sea turtles and issues related to technologies. There was a series of virtual meetings that came about with the work groups. People had a chance to provide input. There was a prioritization exercise with some crowdsourced type survey approaches, and everybody had a chance to kind of provide input. And the main thing I wanted to talk about was just some of the sort of messages that came out of the marine mammal working group. Obviously, the focus, a lot of the focus was on baleen whales, and much of that on right whales for all the reasons already identified. But we did consider other baleen whales and odontocetes and pinnipeds as well, which is also a taxa that doesn't occur in Europe and not so much in our areas that we're talking about here, but does occur in some of the other East Coast areas. So we split the categories up, and Pat sort of mentioned this in the context of WOW. This kind of goes back to something that Andy and I and others did for the Navy a while ago, is to try to kind of break this issue down into where animals are, what the kind of exposed things they're exposed to, what the responses of those animals are, and then what those things mean, just as a way of sort of studying and evaluating the issue. So we looked across those different categories, identified a range of topics with very specific, and if you look at that working group report, it's a long report with a lot of details in it. But I would say there were 2 main priorities that kind of came out of this. And there are a large number of uncertainties and unknowns in all of these issues, right? So some of the themes that came out of this are, we're not going to eliminate all of those uncertainties in the timeline that we need to ahead of the installation of some of these things, but in focusing some of them, there's a real key need, and Pat hit on this, I think everybody hit on it at some level, to really just have a good understanding of where animals are, when they're there, and why they're there. What are the kind of environmental variables driving the when and the where of where animals are? And in the risk assessment, models that we're working with, that spatial temporal intersection between animals has become, it's central to it, it's essential to it. And some of the issues about particular types of effects, while they're important, and they're important that we understand them, the when and the where we have overlap between animals and activity is just more likely to result in a range of some of the effects that Rob mentioned. So that was just a clear priority to identify for key species and key areas when the time and space intersection is there. And then there are some very obvious data needs about particularly behavioral responses, acute responses of different types. And there are questions obviously about hearing damage and other kinds of physiological impacts, but the behavioral changes that influence changes in distribution away from important foraging areas, for instance, were the kind of things that rose to the top there. And as Pat said, there's some targeted things in Project WOW that are pulling from some of these kind of recommendations. And then the last thing I was just going to mention Kate Williams' name and all the work that she did on this, but a little plug for the State of the Science workshop that's coming up next week. I'm unfortunately going to be on the water and not able to see it, but you can register online, and there's just a lot of great stuff that's going to be coming out of that. And I think with that, Andy, I will stop and turn it back over to you.
That's great, Brandon. Thank you so much. I'm going to encourage all of you who have questions about offshore wind, marine mammals, and sea turtles to please submit your cards now so that we can take those questions. And while you're doing that, I'll just do a little recap. We focused on right whales because of several reasons. One, because they're the species of greatest conservation concern. Secondly, because right whales conservation status is already having significant impacts in North Carolina. We have seasonal speed rules for large ships coming in and out of North Carolina ports to protect right whales. If you fish fixed gear, you're part of efforts to try and reduce the risk of entanglement to right whales. And any adverse effects that we see as a result of offshore wind is only going to exacerbate those issues for folks here in North Carolina. The last thing I'll say is just that the effects that we're expecting from offshore wind on right whales and other marine mammals are different from those for birds and bats primarily. We're not so worried about collisions, obviously with turbines, unless whales learn to fly, which would be cool. But we're really thinking about sublethal effects of disturbance during construction and during operation, and also the potential that animals will change their migratory behavior as a result of installations. And as Rob said and pointed out, and I think everybody else has said, even though right whales are a very well-studied species, we still have virtually no information to go on to predict how they're going to respond. So collecting information during installation, doing the kind of research that Brandon just articulated and that Pat mentioned is going to be critical, but we're going to be learning as we go, and that's going to be awkward. And so I think we just need to think about that. Okay, anything else anybody wants to say before we plunge into questions? Okay. Okay, I'm just picking these by random. So given the drivers of North Atlantic right whale declines, for example, ship strikes and entanglement, those predate offshore wind, can we promote offshore wind development in a way that can create net benefit for the species? For example, offshore wind investing cross-sector mitigation. Interesting question. Who wants to take that one? Ryan?
I think that's a great question. I guess I'll give you a little anecdote. I worked for 2 years in Argentina on southern right whale mortality events there and spent a bunch of time in the Peninsula Valdez area, north and southern bays. One of the concerns I have is construction, but then you're going to have these big wind fields out there, and I just wonder how right whales are going to behave in and around those wind fields. In Argentina, you can't put anything in the water at all. Southern right whales rub up against it. They'll actually drag anchors. They have the piers they build are these massive concrete piers. So I think right whales could be using those areas, and I think Mr. addressing that question. There's a potential that these whales could actually find these wind fields just fabulous. They're going to get into them, they're refugia, so there's that potential. But there's also the other side of that story, that they may not like the sound. That's what I mentioned. They may not like the sound of those windmills humming away at 60 hertz, and they may just force them out of those fields. And then you have the combination of the animals and the vessels and all that other stuff that's forced away from those fields. So I think it's really one of the biggest questions that's still one of the research questions for this project.
Thanks, Wayne. Next question is focused specifically on subsea vibrations, and I'm guessing that's during operation. But I'm going to ask Brandon if he would comment on what we expect in terms of noise, first during construction, and then secondly during operation. Right whales and other marine mammals, if you want to take that, Brandon.
Yeah,
I sure can. There was a BOEM report that came out last year that we did that I can make sure I share and get people access to it, but that it addresses this in pretty excruciating detail. From what we know, I think there's parts of the operational phase of it. It's a very critical distinction. The noise associated with construction and operation of these are very, very different. And we do have a lot of information about that from similar types of installations and similar types of physical environments in Europe. So there is a large knowledge base about the installation of it. There's less information about exactly how and when and with what types of vessels the operation and maintenance on the East Coast is going to occur. We really tried to get that information. There's some information, there's things in the construction operation plans that are there, but there's some key information about the timing and the nature of vessels for some of these that's just not fully known yet. But I think we can say from some measurements that have been made in Europe, you can hear the turbines moving in the water when they're operating. The levels of those are generally pretty low and quieter than vessels, and the dominant sound associated with the operation is likely from other things occurring in the area, specifically servicing vessels. So you go from a high intensity impact piling, intense events during the installation phase, as well as vessels and barges and things that go along with that installation, but that's acute and ephemeral, to something that's more continuous with the turbines, and then ephemeral with the operation of vessels in ways that we don't have a good handle on. We probably need some more information on that, or as much as we can get. But you go from potential auditory issues to things that relate more in the operation phase to interference with communication through things like masking.
That's great, thank you, Brandon. I think that also segues very nicely into another question that we've been asked, and that is panelist opinions about vessel speed and size limits for the vessels that will be servicing the offshore wind facilities. And before I ask somebody to answer this, I'll just remind everybody that a federal judge just threw out both a biological opinion produced by the National Fisheries Service and the results of a painstakingly negotiated final rule on reducing entanglement in right whales, because it did not meet the standards set by law, which is less than one right whale killed by human activities per year. We're already exceeding that. Offshore wind is another threat, and ship strikes are clearly one of the primary lethal threats. And I don't know who wants to take it. Do you want to take that, Ron?
Yeah. Hello. I might try to take a swing at that. Both lethal and sublethal, I think, are really important, and also I'm thinking about sort of as right whales are sort of moving in and out of this area, sort of during primarily their migration, both down to the calving ground and then back up. And just to reinforce what Bill said earlier, the fact that these are reproductively active females are the most critically part of this population. So the work that Angela Vanderland did way back in the late 2000s, and part led to the speed rules that came into place, was a pretty asymptotic curve, sort of showing that once you get up over sort of 10 knots, the lethality increases. So that's bad. Basically, you want to keep things as slow as you can and still be safely navigable. And then more recently, Sean, brilliant up in Canada, has been doing work that says sort of that even some of those levels are too high and that there's some mortality risk regardless of the speed. So of course I know that ships have to navigate safely, and that's a big risk, but it's present sort of all through that speed curve, I would say.
Thanks. I think the most recent mortalities we've seen have been in vessels in the 30-foot range. The calf that was hit off in Florida, was drilled off in Florida, was a 38-foot vessel. Another mom calf there that was hit was a 38-foot vessel, 34-foot vessel. So I think the whole notion was large vessels above 65 feet, when you knew we had a significant problem. Mortality was 100%. But now we're seeing that creeping down. I'll just say one thing, one cheeky thing that's been being developed recently, the speed rules, the seasonal management rule goes from 65 feet above. The cheeky rules that have been done recently is to get around that, as many of the launches are being built at 64 and a half feet now. And that just causes a lot of irritation with folks. But I think, that their seasonal management rules they're being investigated right now. I sit on the Northeast implementation team, the Southeast implementation team, and they're being talked about, and they haven't come out yet, but I know there is a potential for them to address vessels down much smaller than 65 feet and to add into these management rules.
Yeah, and actually it was at a regular meeting that Bill presented years ago of a whale that survived an early ship strike. So it was a sublethal impact that she subsequently went on to become pregnant. Everyone was super excited, and then died as the sort of wound that had been healed became unhealed, and she and the calf died. So she was lucky, and then until she was unlucky, Bill likes to say.
She was pregnant and had her first calf, and then her abdominal wall, as she expanded, when that birth actually ruptured and tore through, and that's what actually killed her, was her first pregnancy. It was a sad day.
I'm going to entertain one more right whale question, and then we'll move maybe to some of the other taxa. This question just arrived: why aren't we satellite tagging right whales to keep track of them? We are. It's complicated. Right whales are hard to tag. We'd like to anchor tags in firm tissue, and I'm starting to get nervous because I'm in a room with Ann Papst and Bill McClellan, and they know more about this than I do. But usually we tag whales by shooting tags into their dorsal fins and anchor them with stainless steel, surgical stainless steel or surgical titanium tines. Right whales don't have a dorsal fin, which is another challenge for those of us who study them. There is at least one group, HDR Inc., an environmental engineering company, who's been deploying satellite tags off the coast of Virginia. The concern there is that shooting a tag into the blubber of a whale, particularly if the tag penetrates deeply into the whale, creates a risk for infection. And these animals are so endangered that, again, if we were to kill a whale as a result of satellite tagging, and that has happened with other species, that would be a terrible outcome. So it's kind of a cost-benefit analysis. There are a small number of usually juvenile animals that are tagged each year. Those tracks are providing more information on the migratory routes of whales. And again, North Carolina, even though a few animals are born here, is primarily in the migratory corridor for North Atlantic right whales. So it's a great question. Okay, so I felt guilty the entire time because we've been talking about right whales, and our panel is supposed to be also covering sea turtles. We haven't mentioned sea turtles at all, so let's mention sea turtles. Okay, that's it. No, there's a really good question here. Is it reasonable to try to link a beach lighting reduction plan to benefit nesting turtles to an offshore energy production effort? And this is really kind of what we refer to in the conservation field as an offset, right? So we know that there's going to be potentially detrimental activities, and we offset those detrimental activities by investing somewhere else, not necessarily to mitigate those detrimental effects, but to put energy resources funding into something else, like reducing beach lighting. So I think it's a great idea, and I don't know if that's been in the discussions in the offshore wind world. I haven't heard it, but it should be. So that's as far as I can go with sea turtles on that one. What else do we have? There's another, here's a good one. So the question about, so the models that Pat Halpin talked about use existing data on the distribution of whales, and the distribution of those animals is predicated on conditions that have been or are presently occurring. We know that things are changing. Everybody who works on the water knows that things are changing. We've seen really dramatic changes in the distribution of right whales that used to spend their summers in the Bay of Fundy. Now most of them spend their summers further north in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. So the question is, can we accurately portray the likely distribution and risks of these animals based on data that has been collected in the past? And Pat Halpin, I think that's a question for you.
All right. That is definitely a question that's center in our minds these days. Jason Roberts, who leads our modeling team, has been working on this issue quite a bit. And one of the things we have been doing is actually dropping off data, and the models that I just showed one snapshot of one of the models. We've been partitioning the data going into models to start dropping off older data, and using data just from the most recent years for exactly the reasons in that question. Is that if we go back in time, too far back in time, and start aggregating data from the 1990s, they're no longer representative. And so this is extremely painful for people who aggregate data for a living, to be actually setting data aside. But if the data isn't representing the current distributions, then that's a challenge. Other things that we're working on right now, kind of into the future, is looking at other environmental covariates, looking at prey species, looking at other changes in the environment. And we're also looking at new collaborations with researchers north of the border, because the right whales are spending a huge part of their life history farther outside of US waters. And so this is, the topic we just mentioned is a very, very active topic of research at this point, but we are currently, the most recent version of the models are actually mainly using just the last decade or less of data, because the issues of, just changing environments are changing too quickly.
On that point and put it in the context of mitigation a little bit, which is, this is my opinion, but I think by far our most effective mitigation, particularly for animals like right whales that are migratory and move, a lot and move through areas, is spatial and temporal exclusion from the riskiest kinds of events. And we have to be careful collectively that we don't have the mitigation around very rare things cause us to not do the right things in terms of increasing that spatial and temporal separation between those. And by that, I mean, there are mitigation kinds of things, requirements for visibility at night or in low visibility conditions that can substantially increase the duration of installation events. And while those things are important and need to be considered, if they come at the risk of, or if they come at the expense of extending the duration of installations by 2 or 3 or 4 times, and it complicates our ability to do that kind of spatial and temporal separation between animals and distribution, it can actually be things that effectively work against conservation goals. So we just have to be cognizant of that. There's kind of a lot to that. I could go into a long story about Western gray whales and mitigation, another highly endangered species, where as a conservation measure, a panel of conservationists recommended removing some of those types of restrictions of nighttime operations in order to get things done and get them out when the key animals were, the most vulnerable animals were there at certain times. So it's a longer discussion, but the ability to do that with the data that Pat's describing, to me, is probably the most effective kind of mitigation that we can have, way beyond bubble curtains and other kinds of things that have their place. But that's just my opinion. The spatial temporal separation is our most effective tool.
Just to add one thought about the sort of specific to North Carolina and the sort of impact of prey and shifting prey distributions. There's anecdotal evidence from Phil Hamilton of the New England Aquarium in Boston, who's managed the photo ID catalog of right whales for, I don't know, a long time, decades for sure. So it's a good anecdote, or to be trusted, that right whales are very social species, and so they tend to like to spend time together when possible. So there appears to be a trade-off between how good the prey is in the foraging areas well north of North Carolina. But as far as we know, the only place where right whales are coming to calve is off sort of northern Florida and Georgia. So the timing of that is going to be more sort of looking at what's happening in prey-based conditions up north. And so whether, in some ways for right whales, whether it's happening in Cape Cod Bay or the Gulf of Maine or the Gulf of St. Lawrence, it totally matters for right whales. But in terms of the timing and numbers of whales that are coming down in North Carolina, that's something to think about as well. So if it's really good, are whales able to sort of make the move from a social standpoint, not just from a feeding standpoint?
Thank you guys. I'm going to answer one more question and then turn it over to the panel for some last remarks for each of you. One of the questions is, DoD a part of the research and are they helping with solutions? And the answer there is yes. DoD through the Navy, through 3 different parts of the Navy, funds a lot of research, including the right whale satellite tagging that I talked about before. It's funded a lot of the work that Brandon talked about in discussing the response of marine mammals to noise, and they are arguably the largest funder of research on marine mammals in the United States, including our work on deep diving whales off North Carolina. So yes, they are, and the data that are being collected as part of those programs all feeds into the work that Pat described that he and Jason have been doing in terms of modeling the distribution of right whales and other marine mammal species. So I'm just going to let each of the panelists make a final remark or two if they like. And Bill, I think we'll start with you.
I just want to, after 35 years, I do want to second your comment on recognizing the funding that's gone into this. The Navy has funded a vast amount of work that we really counted on across the board. I want to own this stepping up now and bringing funding on board. National Marine Fisheries Service, there are portions of it that we enjoy working with. And I want to specifically recognize the U.S. Coast Guard. They have helped me out anytime I ever needed it, ever. So I just want to recognize the work that those folks put in all of the Mountain Coast. Thanks.
I guess I'll just acknowledge all the folks that go out and collect a lot of data. Most of my work is at a computer, so it's very, very nice to be able to work with people that have been collecting data and working in this environment for many decades. I'll echo, I guess, the thought that occurred to me after the birds and bats section was that a lot of the questions are the same, and we need to not only answer them in that sort of area and also in our domain, but then start bringing them together and sort of think about like how do we cite across multiple species, multiple taxa, and multiple sites. Thanks.
Pat, I'll turn to you next.
Yes, I think Brandon just mentioned the importance of separation in space and time. That's something that I think is vital, and I just want to reemphasize that. We're also starting to think about what are some of the secondary knock-on effects, because once you start changing spatial patterns and temporal patterns, you can have different kinds of aggregations, displacement, attraction, all sorts of things. A common analogy would be putting in a closure and having, fishing fleets fishing the line, and there could be differences in vessel densities and things that could be offset because of wind energy development. So there's many more complex issues to look at, and we're just beginning to scratch the surface on that. So I think there's quite a bit of work to be done to look at how can we manage at different timescales. There's managing in terms of working with BOEM and others on where you're siting sites, but there's also a lot of more adaptive and dynamic management when you're doing construction, when you're monitoring, and so trying to work out where there's levers we can pull to try to offset any kind of potential interactions. And so I think this is something that needs a lot of work right now, and we're kind of scrambling to really pull this together as we're on a very, very short time fuse.
Thank you, Brad. Over to you, Brandon.
Yeah, I'll pick up on the short time fuse issue. If I could show you the ridge line above me right here, you'd see, you know, the aftermath of one of the biggest forest fires that happened in California. Today's the hottest day on record in the UK. So none of us need reminding about climate change and the urgent need for us to get alternative forms of energy that's pressing in time. And I think the challenge that we have is there are these really pressing needs for this type of development that have to be counterbalanced with doing it in a responsible way, doing it in an informed way. And we are going to have uncertainty when construction starts. There's no way around that. So we have to be pretty brutal about prioritization and willing to make some hard choices about the things that we study. So I think I'm encouraged by the kind of process that I've seen through NYSERDA and the RWSC and Project WOW. I think that are trying to really hone in on the right kind of key questions, because, you know, we're seeing all around us the reasons why these things need to happen, but we just need to ensure that they happen responsibly. And to do that, we have to be pretty precise with our prioritization of what things we can tackle, because the uncertainties are very large, and we just have that. I think is a lot of the reason, back to your point, Andy, of kind of focusing this discussion around right whales. Thanks.
Thanks, Brandon. I'll just, I guess, end by saying, I'll pick up on something that Rob said. You know, we followed the birds and bat panel, and they made the point that we need to address multiple priorities in terms of the conservation of birds, bats, and marine mammals. And we also, of course, need to be really mindful of important human activities that are occurring in the ocean too. I was speaking with Dewey Himmelwright, who's going to be on the next panel before we started, about a place that we both know and love, the Point, which is a really important area for commercial and recreational fishing. It's also arguably one of the areas of greatest diversity of marine mammals anywhere on the East Coast. And so sometimes you get areas that overlap like that, but other times you might want to conserve a particular area, or not conserve a particular area, but it has a really important human purpose. So we just need to be mindful of that, and I'll just say that to set up the next panel. So thank you all for your attention. We didn't get to all the questions, but we'll make sure we address them afterwards, so thank you.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and get started. I will first introduce our distinguished panel. First is Dewey Himmelwright, located immediately left of me. He's been in commercial fishing for let me start over again. He's been in commercial fishing for 34 years off the East Coast, ranging from New York to Florida, and has a broad range of fisheries experience. Along with representing North Carolina as a member on the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council for the last 10 years, he also served as liaison to the National Marine Fisheries Service, High Migratory Species Section, the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council, and as fishery representative of the Kitty Hawk Wind Energy Area for Avangrid Renewables. He also serves on the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas, and serves on the boards of Responsible Offshore Development Alliance, Blue Water Fishermen's Association, and the North Carolina Fisheries Association. Okay, so next to him is Scott Baker. Scott is a fisheries specialist with North Carolina Sea Grant based in Wilmington at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington Center for Marine Science. Scott helps the commercial recreational fishing communities understand and apply latest information in fisheries management, research, and technology. Scott holds a master's in oceanography and coastal sciences from Louisiana State University and a bachelor's in biology from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Sitting next to him is Dr. Jeffrey Buckle. He is a professor in the Department of Applied Ecology at North Carolina State University. He is also a fisheries scientist with a focus on estimating abundance and vital rates of marine and estuarine fishes. Dr. Buckle is an editor for the American Fisheries Society, Marine and Coastal Fisheries Journal, chair of the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council's Science and Statistical Committee, and a panel review member for the National Academies of Sciences NRC postdoctoral program. And I'm Martin Posey. I'm a professor at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington. Started there in 1989. My areas of interest are in benthic biology, I, along with my compatriot, Troy Offin, sitting in the audience, have done considerable work on nearshore communities, estuarine areas, salt marshes, oyster reefs, but we've also done work on the offshore hard bottom areas, as well as some of the offshore sand bottom areas, and impacts on effects such as borrow site removal on benthic communities, as well as storm disturbance on offshore habitats as well. Well, we were given the same three prompts as the other groups. So what we're going to do is we're first going to talk a little bit about different aspects of those three questions. And so we'll have a little presentation from each of us. We'll go over through a few questions, and then I hope to see lots of good questions from the audience. Okay, so we'll start out with talking a little bit about benthic communities. Just by way of introduction, benthic organisms include organisms that are burrowing in the sediment as well as those that are on the surface. In the case of the wind farm area, there's actually several different kinds of benthic communities that will be dominated by different types of organisms. To your right, you actually will see some schematics or some pictures that were in the NOAA Technical Memorandum that was the BOEM study back in 2016. Talks about the various communities, including sand, which is simply can be relatively deeper sand, greater than 10, 15, 20 centimeters or more. We can have sort of a mixed hard bottom and sand, you can see off to the right. We can get then more and more hard bottom area as we move to pavement and into more high relief ledge areas. And then we also have artificial hard substrate from shipwrecks and some aspects as that. Shown in the very top is actually some hard bottom area from Onslow Bay. It's not actually from the area where the wind energy or the wind farms were proposed, but it gives you an idea of how diverse some of these hard bottoms are. And then we also have a picture sort of below the clam that shows a fouling community, such as you might get on ropes or some other aspects that are disturbed. So in terms of the benthic organisms, in the sandy areas, you can get a variety of species, such as these really cute polychaete worms. And in fact, that one worm I'll make a mention is one that you find out on the west, the one on top. It can get to be 2 to 3 feet long. You can see it out on the top of the substrate, so they can be big. But there's a variety of polychaete worms, which are important food for blue crabs, shrimp, and a variety of benthic feeding fish, includes fish that provide support for higher in the food chain. We also have amphipods, such as you see on the far left-hand side, polychaete, and then bivalves are some of the main types of organisms we're talking about in the sediments. As you move more towards your hard substrates, you're picking up things like the sponge. If you look in the top area, you'll see some large barrel sponges, and I'm pointing at the computer screen and realize it does nothing for you since you can't see it. But you also have lots of kelp, and there are areas within the proposed lease area that are similar in having some of this fairly lush growth. As we talked about in a little bit, some of the higher relief areas are associated with significant fish populations, but I'll leave that for some others to talk about. So importance of the benthic habitat is it provides trophic connections. Clearly they're providing food for higher trophic levels. Different kinds of habitats will provide support for different kinds of fish and other species. So some are feeding over soft bottoms where you have predominantly some of your worms of a species. Others may be feeding over your hard bottoms, which also provide refuge. Some of the work we've done in Onslow Bay suggests they may utilize the hard bottoms for refuge, but forage out 100 meters or so into the adjacent sand bottoms for actual food and feeding on the organisms there, so you have connection. There also is a lot of production, both algae and also algae on the top of the sediment, microalgae, supporting various populations. And then we have some benthic-oriented fisheries, including, for example, blue crab and Canadian shrimp, both of which extensively use areas such as the mouth of the Cape Fear River and some of the other inlet areas. We'll talk more about potential impacts, but just to briefly mention of them, they can generally be divided, as we've talked about before, into construction impacts, where you have some direct disturbance to some of the hard bottom, where you're going to put in various sorts of structures and anchoring methods, depending on how the particular wind farms are constructed, whether they're constructed as a floating apparatus or as some sort of pole type structure. And then you have lots of potential for sediment disruption during construction, where you may get a lot of turbidity that may cover and or affect the hard bottoms. And then there are the longer term effects, where you may have effects where you increase some of your hard bottom animals because they're growing on the structure of the wind generator, depending upon what kind of wind generator structure you have. And then you may get some negative effects on the soft bottoms that are being replaced by that. So we'll talk a little bit more about that, but that gives you a brief introduction to the benthic component of this, what the organisms are, the wide diversity of different habitats that occur in this area, and a little bit about some of the potential effects. With that, we'll now move on to some of the fishery work and pass it on to Scott.
Thank you, Martin. Again, my name is Scott Baker. I'm a fisheries specialist with North Carolina Sea Grant, located here in town, down at the Center for Marine Science. I wanted to take my brief moments here to provide a very general overview about North Carolina fisheries and in general, and North Carolina offshore fisheries in particular, just to kind of set the stage for those of you that might not be familiar. I only have one slide here, it just kind of shows you some of the species diversity going from inshore to offshore. But when we think about North Carolina fisheries in an offshore environment, we basically have three user groups. We have commercial industry or the sector, the for-hire or the charter boat sector, and then the private recreational anglers. And I can throw some stats out here about the number there are, how many trips they take, but you're not going to remember that. And quite frankly, I don't remember those numbers either. So we'll just compare that to our brothers and sisters on the East Coast. How does North Carolina compare to the other states on the East Coast? When we look at the for-hire and the private recreational sector, in terms of the number of participants, we're second only to Florida. Florida is the only state that has more participants than we do. So that is obviously a significant potential impact for North Carolina. The private recreational sector, just like the for-hire sector, has a lot of fishing activity inshore, nearshore, and then offshore. So the farther you go offshore, the less fishing activity there is, unless, of course, you're one of those, relatively few individuals that spends a lot of time offshore. So the impacts could be, separated for those folks. When we look at the commercial fisheries, which is a lot of focus and attention is on with the bottom reports and things, North Carolina, in terms of our East Coast states, in terms of production and value, we're basically in the middle. So in other words, we don't have a lot of the high-flying fisheries that you associate with high dollars per pounds, like lobster or scallops. We're kind of in the middle. We're not the highest producing state, and we're not the lowest producing state. But where North Carolina shines and is located both geographically and numerically is in the species diversity that we have, which is a theme that I keep repeating in all these panels. And that's in part because where we're located, between the Gulf Stream coming from the south and the Labrador Current coming from the north, we've got a mixture of temperate and tropical species, all of which are very important, depending on where you live, where you fish out of. With that increased species diversity comes increased complexity in management. North Carolina is one of the only states, if not the only state, that serves on 2 of the 8 regional fishery management councils in the country. The Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council and the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council. These are the councils that are in charge of developing fishery regulations in the EEZ. So that's 3 miles to 200 miles in North Carolina. But most people think of North Carolina, they think of shrimp and blue crabs, which are our 2 most important fisheries. But how important is the ocean to North Carolina fisheries? If we look at the pounds landed and the economic value, that number is anywhere from 30 to 40% of North Carolina's catch in volume is associated with the ocean. Before I hand it over to Jeff, just some of the species that are on this slide here. It's very different depending on where you are, where Dewey is, offshore, there's swordfish, tunas, lots of different sharks. In the south, particularly in this Wilmington East area, there's associated hard bottoms, so there's a lot of snapper and grouper fisheries, king mackerel fisheries, and of course you have slightly different species inshore, but in general we're talking about offshore. With that, I can pass it on to the next.
Thanks very much, Scott. So I've got a couple of disclaimers. So my name is Jeff Buckle. I'm a professor at NC State University, and I've been working on these offshore demersal and pelagic fish species for about the last 21 years. But my work on fish and wind, I've learned in the last 2 or 3 days. So bear with me. I was asked to talk about the resources. The second disclaimer is I'm focused on the Wilmington East wind farm area. And so that pulled heavily from a report, NOAA report that was published in 2016. This was a multi-beam survey as well as a scuba survey of the fishery resources in the Wilmington East area, and that's where these pictures are taken from. So fish are associated with hard bottom habitats, and so the Wilmington East area has hard bottom habitats, as Martin mentioned, both ledges as well as flat pavement, all the way to these pronounced ledges, as well as some shipwreck hard bottom habitat. And so the fish are found over that natural and artificial hard bottom habitat, not so much over the sand. So you might say, well, how much of that area is hard bottom? And it's not that much. There's small clusters of it, but the bulk of that area is sand. So, but the fish are associated with the hard bottom habitats, and not so much over the sand. Very diverse community of fish in these environments. Around 100 species were found in the Wilmington East area through the scuba surveys. Diverse community of soft corals, hard corals, sponges, bryozoans, and macroalgal species that attract those smaller fish, which then larger fish come in to eat those smaller fish. As I mentioned, there's several shipwrecks within the area that also serve as habitat for fish. Interestingly, that report talked about the differences in the fish community between those artificial habitats and the natural hard bottom habitats. So one difference was a much larger number of small planktivorous fishes associated with the artificial habitat. So one prediction would be for these structures that are put out there, the piling structures, those would create larger abundance of planktivorous fishes, and that would be one prediction. Okay, so importance of fish. Martin talked about the importance of ecosystem connections with these the benthic communities feeding the fish, and even within the fish community, we've got the smaller fishes that are then eaten by the larger apex predators. Also, the importance of fish for fisheries as well as diving. So on the top figures show that the habitat types, and you not only have the three-dimensional habitat from the hard bottom structure, but then the plant and animal growth creates even more three-dimensional habitat for the fish to use. The left-hand picture of the tom-tailed vermilion snapper, that's the picture with the brownish and reddish fish. So those were the two numerical dominants from that 2014 diver survey. So those would be one of the most abundant species at the highest density. And then the black sea bass picture is right under that. That was another species that was ranked in that top 5 in terms of numerical dominance. So that's some of the larger number species. And on the smaller size, shorter life history, so early age of maturity, faster growth, shorter life. And then on the right-hand side, are some of the biomass, the fish that dominated by biomass in that scuba survey. And so the middle picture in that right-hand column are greater amberjack. They were the top biological dominant. I don't have a picture of a sand tiger shark. They were second. They're very important to the diving community. Folks come from afar to dive in North Carolina to see certain species, and sand tiger sharks are one of those. And then another biomass dominant is in that lower right. That's a type of grouper species that we have that's abundant in the Wilmington East area. That's a gag grouper. And so all of these species are within the snapper grouper complex that are managed by the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council. So they have various importance to recreational and commercial fisheries. Okay, so potential impacts. Those are broken down into what we've heard before, construction, as well as longer term operational impacts. And so the construction impacts include the noise, and then the operational would be noise, electromagnetic fields, changes in water currents that might affect us, like, for example, increases in planktivorous fishes, wind wakes. Other impacts are just the artificial reef effect. And so I already alluded to that. So you're putting out hard structure, not only the piling, but also the scour protection, that rubble or whatever materials put around for scour protection, that would lead to attraction or production of fish. And then the other impact on the longer term side of things is the fisheries exclusion and fisheries displacement. And that's something that I think we could hit on. So I'll stop there.
What you've heard so far is interesting, but I'm going to tell you a little bit of a different story from a commercial fisherman's point of view, and somebody who's been fishing for 35 years along the East Coast, and North Carolina is my own state. I got involved in the wind energy. I sit on the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council for the state of North Carolina for the last 10 years. I got one more year and I'll be turned out my time. I've been an involved fisherman since 1994, sitting at the table with the politics, with how the system works, the process works. I fish under the Atlantic States Marine Fishery Commission, the state of North Carolina, the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council, the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council, and the National Marine Fisheries Service. And so I have a wealth of knowledge of being a commercial fisherman. And when the wind energy and turbine started happening in the Northeast, I was approached by Avangrid for the Kitty Hawk wind energy area, which is located about 36 miles northeast of Oregon Inlet, or about 30 miles east of Kitty Hawk. And the approach and the job was for me was to be a fishery rep. And the fishery rep part was to tell the lay of the landscape of the land, of what's caught there, what's happened there over the years, what's the observer work, what's known fisheries, and all these things. And it just so happens that this particular area, based on fishing knowledge, is not one of the ones where it's a go-to fishing area every day. It's more of a pass-through area. So me as a fisherman, I got lucky. And the lucky part was this was not a go-to fishing area. But these other areas that we look at, and particularly the southeast part down here in the coast, you got some hard bottom. You got recreational charter and commercial fishermen that fish there. You got 33 wind projects that are going on along the East Coast that are happening now. And me as a fisherman, I will fish in some of these places, but what's going to happen when fishermen get displaced and the seafood they catch? Who's going to replace that? Are we going to have more imports? And how I got to be a part of, and I got passion, so I could speak for hours on this. How I got involved in being able to be here today, I reached out to the Coastal Federation about particularly Area F. If you'll go to the next slide. Area F is located probably 50 miles east of Morgan, North Carolina, out there an area called the Point, which is some of the most vital, productive fishing grounds for pelagic longline and species of big-eyed tuna, yellowfin tuna, and swordfish that we have along the coast. And so I was approaching the Coastal Federation about that they know about this area off here that has gone out for questioning, or has gone out for question to tell about this area, and it could become a proposed wind farm, whether it be a floating platform or drifting. And pelagic longline, I don't know how many of y'all know what pelagic longline is and what it does. It floats in the water columns, and it's similar to the perfect storm. And the U.S. fleet is the most environmentally friendly fleet that there is out there. We have to use circle hooks. I got video cameras. I got vessel monitoring systems. And there's only 60 active longline boats left from Maine to Texas that produce these highly migratory fish. And so it just so happens that 15 of these boats are home ported in Wanchese, North Carolina. And we fish in this area F. It's vital to our livelihoods. And in 2021, out of this area F and associated area F, these 15 boats pulled 1.3 million pounds of swordfish, tuna, and yellowfin and big-eyed tuna together. And it's probably like, if you do an X value dollar, it's like $7 or $8 million worth of fish that this fleet pulled for North Carolina. That's only 15 of the 60 boats left. And so how speaking more into this is Bone has not been a very good partner in any of this stuff. That they have been involved in this stuff for like the last 10 years, and I've seen them at the council, and it's just hurry up, how fast can we go? Instead of looking at the landscape, and we've heard here today, a hell of a lot of unknowns that people are kind of like, well, where are we going to be, or what are we going to do, you know? Well, what happens with these wind turbines out here? What happens to the fishermen that ain't going to be fishing there because they're displaced? And in a couple of years, when they're building the wind turbines, it takes time. Fish ain't going to stay there for them 2 or 3 years. They're going to move and go to hell's heck somewhere else. And so what are we fishermen going to do in that period of time? Are we going to rely on more imports? And something else to think about, all these outboard motors, all these charter boats and commercial fishermen, we burn fossil fuel. That's how we catch the fish and produce it. So, you know, maybe we've got the cart before the horse. And for the next, it'll be 5 years before the wind turbines are going into the ground. And there's a lot going on before we get there, but what are we going to do about the fishermen that are displaced? There is no mitigation package. Bone hasn't done none of that. There is nothing in the works for that type of thing. It's kind of like we're making this show up as we're going. Obviously, and a good thing is alternative energy and green energy is a great thing. It can help our planet. But how about the people until we get there? What are we going to do with the fishermen that are out there struggling, whose livelihoods are gone? And we don't have the questions for them. You know, a fisherman, if he don't catch a fish, he don't get a paycheck. So it's totally different than a lot of other things and folks that do things. You have to produce something. And the United States fisherman is the most heavily regulated fisherman there is. So when we're gone and you're looking for more gas tuna being imported in here, or some other from every country, they don't have to play by our same rules. And what the craziest thing is these same highly migratory fish that the U.S. fisherman catches, we have about a 91-page compliance book that we have to go by. These other countries, the damnedest thing we do, we give them our marketplace. They take and catch these swordfish and tunas that have no regulations, nothing, and the United States of America gives them their marketplace. And I worry that with some of these areas that are proposed, particularly area E and F, will be closures to the pelagic longline industry, and the folks that love to eat swordfish and tuna are going to have to go to find somewhere else to eat their fish. I'll stop there. I could continue on with telling you just how the data's gathered, how we don't have fine-tuned data on recreational or charter fishermen to drill down to what's caught in these areas. You know species, but you don't know the amount of poundage. And so we got some deficiencies. While Bone's going ahead with this, we got deficiencies both from our councils and from National Marine Fisheries on exactly how much fish are caught in these certain areas. We don't have the numbers. Never been gathered. So I'll stop there and hope we got some good questions to answer.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, we've gotten some great questions in. Several of the questions deal with the broad aspect of understanding your information gaps. What are the species that might be affected, positive or negative, by wind energy construction and infrastructure?
Well, I think we just heard from Dewey about the tunas and swordfish. I mean, again, I think it depends on where it is. Obviously, in this part of the state down here, we're looking at, in terms of, there's the landings that occur, and then there, that may or may not be affiliated with the species that are impacted. So I think that's something that we don't really know, is just because a species is important doesn't mean it's going to be impacted from the drilling or operation or that type of thing.
Yeah, you know, the little bit of reading that I've done, there's no evidence that where turbines are active, that there's been an effect on a change in fish production, right? So there's still, you know, limited studies, lots of uncertainties, but there hasn't been this like, oh yeah, there's, you know, the fish just take off and they're gone. It's more on the fishery side of the thing, like Dewey was getting at. So there's maybe winners and losers there, where if some of the fish species are like the hard bottom habitats, you're probably going to have more of those in those areas because you put down more hard bottom habitat. And so on the fishery side of things, the winners might be folks that can access that, like hook and line fisheries, or folks that use passive gear like traps. But then the losers on the fishery side might be folks that use active gear like trawls, because they're not allowed to trawl near the structures, or they wouldn't want to. So that's so on the fish side of things, particularly in Wilmington East, where it's a large number of the fish are these snapper grouper species that, like the hard bottom, it's like putting an artificial reef out there in a way that you're gonna attract fish or need to increase production of those snapper grouper species. So probably a positive effect for those. And then there's other pelagics that utilize those areas, and during migrations like cobias that are migrating north and south, and they would also benefit from that habitat in the higher abundance of prey fishes that would likely occur near these structures.
The benefit would probably be after it's been built and stuff has settled down. When you're out there building something, I have very seriously doubt that something's going to be hanging out there while it's being built. Afterwards, it becomes a habitat place, and that would probably be vital and important to numerous things. But what happens in some of these areas where there is hard bottom structure, and there is going to be wind turbines being placed there, that's going to ruin that hard bottom structure that's taken years to be built there. Some of these areas, if you go look on your Garmin chart maps, other kind of maps, and different things that fishermen know, you can look and tell there's hard bottom there with the different fish you catch from that. So it's going to have an effect in different ways, and maybe in the future, once it's been done, then it would be better, for that particular thing. And back to the species of like polymigratory fish, these species travel around, but it's the way our gear fishes that where we fish in the Gulf Stream, our gear would go through area F because you're fishing up in the water column. And something else, the only true way to look at about where vessels are fishing at would be with vessel monitoring systems that show you where this vessel is, not through VTRs, which are paper-reported, self-reported locations, but VMS shows you where that vessel's tracking, and it tells you where he sits at gear and where he ends up. But these particular two places, E and F, are the most vital, ecological. There's no other place like it in the world where people fish at here, and they're looking at potential for comments to wind energy areas here that would be devastating to the pelagic longline industry and what few of us are left.
Okay, another question that several people have raised in various ways is, do we have sufficient detailed information to clearly understand potential impacts? And if not, positive or negative impacts? And if not, what information is needed?
I don't think we have. You need to know detailed information as far as who's out there fishing and where they're fishing at. The present mode of fishing out there by the South Atlantic Council is where you go and put in your log books block areas that are 60-mile block areas. So what that tells you is when you write in 3373 or 3377, that's a longitude latitude number, and it says that I quote these fish, whatever species they may be, in this 60-mile block area. So clearly our data that's from the recreational industry. We use an MRIP survey where they go around the docks, they sample a few people, and then they'll do a mail-in to see what the effort was. And you have precision PSCs, which is called precision of standard error, of over 50, 60, and 70%. And management says if it's over 50, you shouldn't use it. We do not have good data for spatial areas of what's happening in these wind turbine areas where it could happen potentially to fish. I think some are starting to gather baseline data, but you need that stuff. We needed this crucially 10 years ago when wind turbines and these different things started. But the failure, and I know folks don't like to hear failure, they probably hear challenges, but in my world it's a failure to gather this information. And so I think it's lacking. I think it's going to hurt us. And there's a lot of more unknowns.
So those were some fishery-dependent data sources that were talked about, but there are also so fishery-dependent related to the commercial and recreational fishing, but there's also fishery-independent monitoring that takes place in the U.S. Southeast, and for the hard bottom habitats, that's done by NOAA Fisheries in collaboration with South Carolina DNR. That's the Southeast Reef Fish Survey, and it's a trap and video camera survey. So they set the trap, it has video cameras on it to get video of fish that don't go in the trap. And that's done every year, and there's a trend in abundance for these different snapper grouper species to track how they're doing. So that occurs in offshore North Carolina at hard bottom sites, including in the Wilmington East area. So that's some before data on the fish catch rate efforts or the counts from the videos that would be useful to compare to the actor construction to see how those transit limits change or if they stay the same.
Just to follow up on that, just to put things in perspective, you know, Dewey operates probably one of the few fisheries off of North Carolina where it requires very extensive tracking, vessel tracking, and things like that. Whereas the vast majority of other fisheries that operate off our coast do not have that type of reporting. Like Dewey said, you know, they're required to report, and they will report often in these very large areas. So it's good for like general accounting, but when you're trying to drill down into an area to see how important that area is, we really don't have very good resolution. And each of the sectors has a little bit different reporting requirements. Like I said, the survey with recreational anglers often, you know, it relies on somebody to recall where they went, or if they want to even give up where they went. The headboat sector, they have to report to much smaller grids. I think it's about 1/10 of the 1 degree by 1 degree grid. So there's better resolution there. But again, these are all voluntary type reporting. So it becomes a challenge without the spatial resolution on these very, and in some cases, very finite outcrops where certain species occur. You can move just a few meters and that species won't be there. So it's very critical for, you know, having very specific information, which we just don't have.
Okay, well, following up on the same topic, another question we had related to information was, can we design an underwater acoustic receiver array to study current distribution of tagged animals, fish, for comparison to after wind energy installments? So I think the question is, can we develop acoustic sampling systems?
Yeah, those already exist. It's not something that would have to be developed. There are, we use those in our laboratory. These are tags that you either implant or attach externally to fish, and you have receivers at that location, and they can just detect the fish, if they're present or not. But you can also set up a very dense array of the receivers and get fine scale spatial information, so at the meter scale resolution, to track their movements, to see how they're using habitat at a fine spatial scale. So that is would be a good research approach for looking at how the fish are utilizing these habitats both before and after construction. Before, during construction, and after construction.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and go to Dewey slides. That right there. Okay, we've actually got a couple questions related to Area F, and both of them are in varying ways asking if that area were not included off the point, would that eliminate, I guess paraphrasing, eliminate the fisheries conflict?
Area F and E, which is not on this chart, which is directly above it, is another pelagic longline area where guys from Maryland, New York, up and down fish that particular area also. So it would be area E and F, but area F there's just no other place like it where you have the Gulf Stream and the Labrador Current meeting together there, and you have birds, you have whales, you have all kinds of fish, man. We were blessed in North Carolina with that particular area of just the diversity and what's produced out of that area by the pelagic longline fleet. And most of the vessels that are my size vessel are 40 to 50 feet, and we're 1 to 5 or 6, 7 days old, and we have 3 and 4 crew members and the families we produce in it, and there's also 4 fish houses in Dare County that are directly related to where we pack our fish at. But Area F, if it would be just go away, it would probably wouldn't have me here today talking, which would be a good thing.
Okay, and we've got quite a few questions. I really appreciate it, and we may not get to all of them, so we'll definitely get to them, back to people later. Another set of questions, base has to do with what can be done to minimize impacts And related to that, what can we do regarding potential mitigation of possible impacts?
I started reading here the last few days. BOEM has started some new thing on the West Coast about mitigation packages where if it affects a community or somebody there, there's like 2.5%, I might not have exactly right, that's set aside for that type of mitigation. It's like when BOEM started out this stuff in leasing places, they weren't setting up funds, they didn't have the authority to do that. It was left to the wind energy companies and negotiation with the fishermen or something, possibility. And now BOEM is seeing where that's not working, that they got to step up and maybe look at doing some other things, mitigation package, not necessarily hooking into a wind turbine wire or something like that, but how about if you're displaced out of that area? That's where a lot of the crucial work is being needed to done by science and academia to see what the baseline of what's there and what's called, and then see what happens when the windmills are placed there. And so hopefully, you know, fishermen, maybe if you get a lot older and you're down, you're ready to sell out and get out, but most of us, we're ready to keep fishing. And so is our livelihood, you know. So that's one aspect of mitigation, hopefully somewhere down the road, you know. And when this stuff was stalled at, you know, Congress, they didn't think of writing no mitigation aspect of it. The state of North Carolina, where are they in this? These windmills are put off their coast. The fish that we catch come into the state of North Carolina. But I haven't heard a whole bunch about mitigation issues or how our state is stepping up to say, hey, we need to look into this for the potential of these fishermen to be out of business and we won't be getting that seafood that they produce. In North Carolina, you know, we hold, for some southern summer flounder, we hold 32%, which is over 3 million pounds of the federal quota. And for bluefish, we're probably the largest holder of bluefish, around 30%. So North Carolina is a value. And one thing we have problems with is our inlets. The Oregon Inlet, the inlet where these longline boats go in and out of, it is down to a 6 or 7 foot draft vessel, so it limits you there. So it's like, if we're limited by everything, then you put wind turbines in areas where we fish at, it's just another nail in the coffin. But I guess I got off the subject. But still interested.
Yeah, just two points. And following up on the mitigation of the fisheries, Dewey mentioned the fishery displacement, and so that's right. It's not just fishery exclusion where that the boats no longer able to go there. It's going to be displaced and probably fish somewhere else. So then it's competing maybe with somebody that's it's going into somebody else's area that they fish. Right. So that the more complicated than just being excluded from that area. There's the downstream impact of fishing in another area. And then the other point, I guess, the comment was broader than just fisheries, the negatives and positives to the fisheries, but also to the resource or to the fish. And there's just lots of uncertainties, right? So we don't know, which ones are going to be the winners or which will be the losers, and so that's something that just has to be monitored and then determine if there has to be some mitigation. But for construction, there's been studies to look at mortality of fish, and there hasn't been any there's not been an increase in mortality because of the noise, but there's less known about the movement. That's probably species specific, and so for our species, who knows if some will move out of the area during the construction. And if that was the case, then that would have to be examined in terms of mitigation.
I just wanted to follow up and say that I think one of the biggest challenges listening to these first two panels was the Those folks are very passionate about their topic. We're obviously passionate about fisheries. When you overlay all of those critical areas, there's not going to be a lot left that's not in somebody's grid. So it's going to be really hard to prioritize, what do you protect and what do you let go. I think that's the biggest challenge with all these competing interests, for lack of a better term.
Okay, a related question, which actually might not only go for us, but for the next panel. It says Duke in total have committed $43 million for economic development and workforce training. Do you have thoughts on how to use those funds for environmental protection and fisheries?
Well, it's kind of hard because, what do you do with somebody's $300,000 boat and their permits and all that? Are they going to buy out our permits and all that other stuff and retool us to go do something and I'm 55 years old? So, it's a lot of this stuff, man, should have been thought out way ahead. And it's kind of like, I don't know if y'all ever heard the 5 P's. Prior planning prevents poor performance. And that's kind of what we're seeing in some of this stuff because it's going so fast. But, set aside $43 million is good, but what is it going to be used for? And people need stuff today. We look around today at what's happening, and I know a lot of my friends and people got answers wanting to know what's happening now, not 5 years down the road at a potential for something, having to move somewhere. So, that part's a lot of unknown answers to the money part there for me.
Yeah, I'll just follow up. I haven't thought about that when I heard about that pot of money. I mentioned before that there's fishery independent monitoring that occurs on our bottom habitats off of North Carolina. Obviously, that's it's probably a pretty low amount of effort in the Wilmington East area or maybe some of the other areas. It's not doesn't go up in the survey that I was talking about. But to increase that monitoring within the East, like Wilmington East area, that there could be some cooperative research between commercial fishermen and NOAA and South Carolina DNR, for example, to get out and do increased monitoring to get better resolution data before construction and operation, and then continue on with that monitoring through construction and operation.
Okay, I think we've dealt with this a little bit, but I'll go ahead and ask it in case we want to add some more. And the question is, what have we learned about fisheries impact where wind projects have been established? So I guess is what have we learned about fisheries impacts in other cases, other examples?
Yeah, I mentioned a couple of those already, and again, I'm no expert other than what I've read this is last several days. One I wrote down a few of the statements from some recent review papers that Brendan Rundy from the Nature Conservancy sent my way. So thank you, Brendan. There was an issue in the journal Oceanography, and had a couple excellent reviews for folks that want to learn more about fisheries and wind farms. And so one statement that stuck out to me was that there's been no wind farm related evidence currently exists regarding whether there are changes in fish production. So that's interesting. But again, what the earlier panel was echoing then, there's lots of uncertainty and need for more studies on the noise, electromagnetic fields, water currents, and wind waves. So it's not a need for further study for sure.
Okay, I think it's the time we have for the questions. Like I said, we'll get to other ones. We have quite a few questions, great input, but I wanted to give just a little time before the next panel starts to let each of our panelists make any final comments or thoughts.
Everybody's looking at me, so I'll jump on this one first. So one thing that I'll, just seeing the panels this morning and thinking about something that we haven't touched on, we've been talking about them separately, is the interaction. So I mentioned the likely increase in planktivorous fishes around these structures, and so that will attract larger fish predators. And those will drive those planktivorous fishes to the surface. And I was just at an artificial reef this past weekend, and there were amberjacks that were driving planktivorous fishes to the surface. And when that happens, what comes in? Birds, right, to feed on the fish. So there's interaction between what we're talking about here with fish, and how there might be some species of fish that are increasing abundance near these hard structures, and that there's could be some indirect effects on some of the other species we've heard about earlier, particularly seabirds that feed on fish. So that's something that hasn't been touched on, and I think there could be some interesting work between folks on the panels from earlier today and the fish panel.
I'll just say that a lot of the things I've heard leading up to this from others, particularly in the industry, is just a general apprehension about offshore wind, particularly if it would limit access, as Dewey talks about, or curtail fishing activities. I think it's going to be really important that we try to, and it's obviously been done to some degree, build a baseline of the information that we know. And unlike maybe a lot of other disciplines, that information is spread out all over the place. So it's going to take more than some cursory digging to pull all that information together to get the best picture we have. Again, going back to the sparseness of the location data for fisheries, trying to pull that in, coupled with the industry's expectations and what they're currently focused on and what they're doing. The other thing that is also affecting fisheries that we haven't really touched on too much is climate change is really adjusting fisheries populations in terms of migrations and shifting centers of abundance, primarily north. So, off Dewey, there's new species coming up every day that are setting up home. Same thing like that. That is happening on a more frequent basis, and being able to respond to that and how that will be impacted by offshore wind is another thing to think about.
Just simply the migratory patterns of fish that are changing. Something else, about 2 weeks ago, I attended a climate change workshop, East Coast Scenario Planning in Washington, D.C. And some of our take-home messages out of that was, fishermen are pretty adaptable and flexible, but the problem is that the agencies and the folks in charge aren't flexible and adaptable. And, fishermen, when we do something, we'll work 16 hours to get it fixed. Well, somebody in an office can't work 16 hours, they can only work 8 hours. So, in a lot of this stuff in fisheries, we need people through maybe smart technology or other ways to learn how to work 16 hours worth of work in an 8-hour day. Because fishermen, we don't work 8 hours a day. If I only work 40 hours a week, I'll be broke. And this is just the way of the process of looking ahead. And when you throw climate change and migratory patterns of fish changing, and then you throw wind turbines on top of that, I thought I had it hard just keeping up with regulations. But it's really difficult, and with commercial fishermen, we're blessed in North Carolina, we're blessed on the East Coast. I got a big problem with our highly migratory species that we're catching the way we're mandated, but yet every other country can ship into the United States marketplace that has no standards. And so I hope all y'all like seafood. The vegetarian lunch today was interesting for me. I probably would have had a lot more to say, but thank you, and I hope you enjoyed what we had to say today. Thank you.
Okay, give everyone a hand.
Hi everybody, I'm Catherine Collins, president of the Southeastern Wind Coalition. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We are based in North Carolina, but we actually do wind, energy, education outreach around the Southeast. So our footprint is Virginia down to Florida and over to Louisiana. That said, I am based in North Carolina, albeit in the Triangle, and my colleague Carly, who is also here, is based in Wilmington. So thank you for having us. We're really excited to talk about infrastructure today. Our panel is going to focus more on what's going on under the water. So after some great pre-panel discussions, we decided that we'll try to cover kind of the foundations and transmission infrastructure that is under the water. What are the environmental impacts of that? How can we reduce the environmental impacts of that? And I'm really excited to be joined today by, I'll give a couple of bios here in person. We have Dr. Oskar Backstrom, who's an assistant professor with the Department of Environmental Sciences here at UNC Wilmington, where he's taught classes and conducted research since 2015. He's a coastal geologist and environmental marine scientist with close to 20 years of professional industry and academic experience across both Europe and the United States. His research interests are broadly focused on coastal and marine processes, seafloor mapping, offshore wind, renewables, and environmental impact studies. And then Roger Hsu, who is a senior lecturer in geology in the Earth and Ocean Sciences and Environmental Sciences departments at UNC Wilmington. He has 20 years of energy industry experience, including 15 years as a research geologist and lead in offshore deepwater exploration and in reservoir characterization, and 5 years as Shell's USA geology instructor. Roger has spent the last 17 years at UNCW, where his research and teaching interests include coastal processes and issues, which include sea level rise, high tide flooding, and ecosystem analyses, as well as energy resources. So welcome to both of you in person, thank you. And then on Zoom, we have Dr. Eric Hines, who directs the Offshore Wind Energy Graduate Program at Tufts University. He is a professor of civil and environmental engineering. Dr. Hines has over 20 years of experience in engineering innovative infrastructure. Major offshore wind-related projects include the Wind Technology Testing Center in Charleston, Massachusetts, digital twinning the Block Island Wind Farm, and transmission expansion planning for U.S. offshore wind. He works with the Technology Policy Interface to develop systems-level design concepts and conduct award-winning industry-driven research. Okay, so lots of big words already. So with that, the way that we've set up our panel today, each of our panelists is going to give a quick intro into their areas of expertise. I mentioned we're going to talk about the infrastructure under the water, and we are going to start with Oskar.
Thank you, Catherine.
Can everyone hear me okay? Yep. I'm not used to using a microphone, so I might come in and out. Thank you, everyone. First, I'd like to thank Carrie for putting this together. North Carolina Coastal Federation, all of the host institutions, and the audience that are here, especially the panelists for their expert opinions and their knowledge that they have. So thank you, everyone, very much for that. So my background is in coastal geology. I'm a professor here, and a lot of the work I do that I enjoy doing is a lot of marine surveys using things like side scan sonar, bathymetry studies, sound velocity, looking at sediment movements. But it was interesting when Dr. Posey and some of others talked about hard bottom features, so that's one of the areas that I'm particularly interested in learning and mapping also. I was a grad student with Dr. Bill Cleary, a real legend, a coastal geologist. This was back in the 1990s here in UNC Wilmington. So a lot of my background comes from kind of his expertise with a lot of diving, a lot of side scan sonar, geophysical studies, all up and down southeast North Carolina. As I start, I'd like to, in some ways it feels like this is a whole new industry that we're coming into, a new area, lots of unknowns. But it's also important to note that there have been lots of studies that have been conducted over the years. Some of the work I did before coming to UNC Wilmington, I worked with a private consultancy industry company based out of England, and we were very much focused on offshore wind, in addition to things like marine sand and gravel, and a little bit of oil and gas. The Marine Management Organization, they're a little bit like BOEM here in the United States. They're the main federal entity in charge of allowing projects to move forward. Back in 2014, our company, Fugro, at that time, we reviewed over 45 monitoring reports across Europe. So again, offshore wind was established originally in 1991 off the coast of Denmark with Indebo, so that was 11 turbines. And it's progressed significantly since that time, since 1991. So for example, in 2014, I was part of this review of environmental data associated with post-consent monitoring of license conditions of offshore wind farms, and we learned in some of the earlier talks about the importance of post-consent monitoring. So we're able to do a lot of this work looking at 45 wind farms across Europe, and you can see the map there on the top right. Everywhere from Denmark, all across the North Sea, the Baltic Sea, North Sea, and then up into the Irish Sea. So there's a lot of information there. It's a 200-page report. You won't be able to read it overnight, I promise you. But I'll make sure it's also available for anyone who's interested. So again, a lot of work has been done, especially in Europe and other places in Europe when it comes to monitoring a lot of the impacts, a lot of the unknowns a long time ago already. We were able to take this large report and bring it, work directly with BOEM, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. So a lot of the lessons learned from European monitoring were brought to the Southern Report, Improving Efficiencies of NEPA, Act Documentation for Offshore Wind Facilities, Case Studies Report. That one's also 200 pages, so you won't be able to read that one either. But there are some summaries there. So again, a lot of the experience from Europe has been brought to the United States, and we're working closely, and some of those entities are working closely with BOEM really to improve any uncertainties, any gap analyses, and we have lots of similarities also. Granted, there are species-specific things that are different, but there are a lot of commonalities that we have between both sides of the Atlantic, so I think it's important to keep that in mind. If you want a summary report, there is a poster that we presented at this was a couple of years ago. This was with Fugro also, and part of BOEM. Environmental impacts of offshore wind farms, lessons learned from European monitoring. So again, there's a lot of information there to kind of take forward. Since we're talking about infrastructure and environment, I think it's important just to bring kind of key terms and kind of these key phases. We haven't really seen many of these images today yet, so those who aren't familiar with particular certain components of wind farms. Obviously, if we look at our main turbine, we have our rotor and nacelle that has our gearbox and our generator. We have our main blades, we have our tower, then you can see the water line in the blue there, and we have our main foundation. In this case, we're looking at a monopile foundation, which is basically just a single pile going into the seabed. It's also important to note that we have different kinds of foundations. The monopile is the most common, maybe about 3/4 or 75% of global wind farms use the monopile foundation. But we also have other ones like gravity based on the top central, tripod, we have jackets and tripods. So for example, the jacket has been used for the Block Island Wind Farm in Rhode Island, the first one here in the United States. So you can see the pie graph on the bottom kind of gives a distribution of these different kinds of foundations, and they all have different effects and different impacts associated with them. They're often very much based on the type of substrate, things like whether you have a rocky bottom or sand bottom or a soft sediment bottom. Water depths are very important, so it's very important to consider different types of foundations when we start looking at potential offshore wind farms, especially here in the United States. If we move away from the wind farm itself and look at, again, looking at the top picture showing the green circle, that would be the main wind farm itself. And again, we have dozens, potentially up to 100 or a couple of hundred turbines connected with these inter-array cables. So again, we have our AC generated power. It comes in the wind energy is generated by the wind farm itself. It's transformed into higher AC power at the central offshore substation, again shown in the yellow ellipse there. And then as we move away from the wind farm itself, we start looking at our, often we convert that AC into high voltage DC power, which is then transported along our export cables to the land generating station, where it's then converted back into the AC and sent back into the grid. So again, it's just trying to put things into perspective as we talk about the different parts of wind farms, the turbines themselves, and the transmission, and how it's moved from the initial turbine itself all the way into the national grid and further. Some of the recent work I've been doing here with one of my grad students, Nick Warden, is we decided to kind of do a desktop study. Since I came back from Europe, I've been very much interested in offshore wind itself and the potential here. We did a desktop study looking at all of the different kinds of receptors that might be involved if we were to take an export cable, again, the main cord or the main power supply, think of a plug from our wind farm area, which is shown in blue, that's Wilmington East wind energy area, and if we were to connect it to a land-based grid. What we learned very, very quickly using the desktop study, again, this is kind of a very high-level approach. So we're looking at existing data, some survey data, just kind of compiled what we had. From what we can tell there, we have navigation areas, we have disposal sites, we have hard bottom reefs that some of them have been mapped, others we don't know where they are. We have hurricane activity just since 2015. We had 4 or 5 hurricanes that went right through Wilmington, proposed Wilmington East. We have important coastal resources, we have marine protected areas, we have Mason Borough Island, for example, Bald Head. Some of the examples there show one of these high relief hard bottom outcrops, the central one on the right there. We also have shipwrecks. The one on the bottom right shows some of the side scans sonar I've been doing with students as part of my class. Again, it's one of these Civil War era blockade runners that came here back in 1865 and built in Liverpool. Again, we have lots of different kinds of environmental receptors that are sensitive to different kinds of effects associated with the wind farms. Obviously, we also have our marine mammals, we have our turtles. And recently, the state certified the first record Spanish hogfish, which is the world record, so that was just in the news lately. And that was, I believe, caught off of frying pan shoals in the tower over there. So again, this whole area, frying pan shoals, essential fish habitat. So again, we have lots of different receptors that we need to consider carefully before we start putting any kind of infrastructure onto the seabed. You can see some of the images there. There's, you can see one of these export cables, so that's what we'll be looking at. Also, you can tell it's maybe about 8 to 10 inches wide. It has different kinds of electrical components. It has protective corrosion protection, and some of the tools that are used to put some of these things in the water. We have different kinds of sleds, jet sleds. We have trenchers, power, so all different kinds of equipment depending on the substrate and the geology. So again, the geology plays a very important role in how we go about with the work. Just briefly, I'm not going to go through all of this, but again, when we talk about mitigation monitoring, again, it's very, very critical that we look at mitigation monitoring. For all of these multiple receptors, again, and it can get very, very complicated. Imagine putting all of these different layers together and trying to figure out who's priority and who's not. We need to consider things like long-term and short-term effects. If we look at the wind farm itself, it might be around for 25 years, so the spinning blades will be a long-term effect for potentially for 25 years, whereas installing a cable during the construction period might only be a short-term effect associated perhaps with things like suspended sediments. We need to look at different kinds of mitigation, spatial, whether we avoid certain locations that are highly sensitive, or temporal, where we decide, well, we should not be going into these areas at certain times of the year because of sensitivities, or maybe there's certain species or certain conditions that we need to avoid. For example, the right whale, which is obviously one of the really key sensitive receptors when we start considering these things. Some of the sensitivities, if we look at sea turtles, they're endangered, right whale endangered, threatened. coastal marine birds, some of the reefs and hard bottoms that we've talked about, sediment thickness, again, the availability of sand is very important when we start putting foundations in, and also for barrier of cables. If we're able to bury cables to say 5 or 6 feet or 7 feet, we're able to eliminate a lot of those potential impacts associated with cables. So again, there's a lot of different designs and things we can do to really eliminate any kind of effects and impacts. Sediment thickness is also interesting. Foreign pan shoals might be a source of sand for some of the Brunswick communities, so we also want to avoid any kind of conflicts with other kinds of industries also. So these are just things to keep in mind moving forward. Obviously, hurricane areas, navigation fisheries, very, very complex. We just heard from the previous panelists. Shipwrecks, we have some of these civil era blockade runners, again, very, very sensitive. We can't really disturb them. We don't want to break them up. What do we do with these moving forward? So again, we need to avoid a lot of these issues. We need to, in some cases, mitigate some of these issues. Look at temporal. So again, you can see just from this simple table, it's a very high level assessment that we have lots of different competing industries, different competing events, organisms, substrates that are all very important to keep in mind. I think one of the important lessons learned from Europe is really, once we're able to conduct a very good seabed survey, that means very good geophysical surveys, solid fishery surveys, geotechnical, side scan bathymetry. Once we have a really good understanding of what that potential substrate is, then that really helps us to avoid some of these impacts that we're talking about. So if we consider something like micro-siting the turbines, obviously we don't want to put any kind of turbine or cable in areas of hard bottom, which we know are important fisheries areas. So it's important to really cite these things with the knowledge we have from those baseline studies and from those geotechnical and geophysical surveys to really avoid some of these sensitive areas. And I think that's something we really need to keep in mind. So again, very good baseline surveys, geophysical, geotechnical surveys, fishery surveys will really help us go a long way to avoid some of these potential impacts. And I think, again, local knowledge, using local people, of course, UNCW, yay, UNCW, go Seahawks. We have a lot of experts here. We have bird experts, we have marine mammal experts, we have oceanographers, we have divers, we have research vessels. So again, there's a lot that can be gained from working with local communities and academics also. So again, it's important to really collaborate with a lot of people who do know what's happening in our environment. And with that, I'll pass on to Professor Shu.
Oh yeah, Carrie can also.
You can do it, or you can just pause, and I'll.
So does this point where?
At both.
I think it's one on the left. This one.
If you press the right arrow, it'll advance the slide.
That's forward and back. That's
the laser is at the top. Oh. I don't think. Apparently not point.
Okay, we'll forget that. So anyway, my name is Roger Hugh. I can't sit down when I talk. Thanks for everybody to come today, and also thank the sponsors for all the work that they've done to put this together. I count it a good day whenever I learn something, and I've learned some things today, so I really appreciate that. Another thing I appreciate being at the table. Thank you very much. That's the kind of logic that we need to apply to many of the things that we have to work on, and to know all sides of the story. It's really critical that we have all the information going in. And for Scott to make sure to make the comment that if you overlay all of these areas on the map, everything's going to be covered. So whenever you look at this and you look at critical habitat, it's really information that we need to have going in. Whenever they said 2010 oil spill, Deep Horizon, they couldn't tell if there was any damage or not. Well, one of the reasons they couldn't tell there was damage in some of the areas is because they didn't have previous data in that area. You need longitudinal data. You need data beforehand to go in there and know what's going to happen and what has happened in the area. So what I'd like to do today is talk to you a little bit about what I call foundation habitat. And this is really looking at vertical and horizontal structures in the two really good reports on this. Bowen's report in 2020 shows both of those are monopiles. The one on the left that's blue is Bowen's data. What it's showing is good habitat on that monopile, as well as not just the monopile itself, but the apron, the scour apron down at the bottom, providing habitat for those areas. Now, the one on the right is a really good study from Europe, and published in Oceanography in 2020, also showing you vertical habitat, but also horizontal. And one of the things I want to leave you with today that many of you have heard is nature influence design, or I like to use nature-based design, because knowing what something's going to happen, when you put a structure out there is critically important. I did want to say that two things to get us going. The onshore area is the dominant area for wind. If you look at the amount of wind onshore, that gives us about 9% of our energy in the United States. That's the highest amount of renewables that we've got. We have 0.04% from the offshore, and that's in two little areas that's been mentioned today. One of the things that we're looking at too in this is if you look at the cost breakdown, the turbine and the subsurface foundation is about 35% of the cost of these turbines. The rest of it is operations and management, cables, and all the other kinds of things. So we're only talking about a small part of the story today. We need to look at the entire spectrum of these. And Oscar has already told you about some of the foundations that we're looking at. So one of the things to take a look at is this vertical and horizontal structure. This particular one is a monopile. Again, that's the same picture on the right. But those two images that you see there in the bottom left are from Block Island. Those are images that are showing structure. That jacket, which is what this is, a four-leg jacket for those 5 turbines that are up there. You can see in the top picture that you have biofouling, which is just stuff growing on the monopile or the jacket. And you can see algae, mollusks, the mussels, clams, and other things in there. And of course, the fish associated with that. And the one on the bottom is kind of covered up. That's showing the same thing, but at the base of the jacket. And so looking at the base of that jacket, that becomes habitat for those as well. So this is kind of what I want to talk about today. So there's been a lot of talk today about knowing what is there beforehand. I think Block Island is a pretty good representation of knowing some information. There's a study that published in 2022, it actually went through 2019 for data. And this particular one looked at the before installation as well as during and after installation. And so in these 5 turbine areas that are offshore, those are the 5 in that middle picture on the right. In this 7-year study, they did trawls within this area every month, and they also did sampling to see what was going on. So these trawls, they went out and they did this very important design study before, after, and the control impact study. What they found in that particular series of studies is that there was no statistical difference in catch per unit effort. That's pretty important. What they also found in this is that there was an increase in the number of ones that relied on structure-oriented, like black bass and Atlantic cod. So those that love structure, they increased dramatically in this area. The other thing that's looked at was talking about the birds today. They also have an antenna system on one of the turbines that's out there, just like was just recently put on Lee Utah Island here. It's a series of monitors up and down the coast, and that's to be able to study the birds and bats in that 20-mile radius. So again, we're trying to get information on these things. What we all want to have is more information. You can go down the coast a little bit more. If you go down to Virginia, there's now 2 6-megawatt turbines that are both monopiles in this area. As you said, That's 75 to 90% of all the structures in the world are monopiles. And it's no different here. You got 2 monopiles with the idea of going to phase 2 by Dominion Energy. And phase 2 is going to add another 176 to 180 turbines. And this is going to get us up to about 2.6 gigawatts of energy. That's a huge equivalent to one of the largest nuclear plants, or equivalent to 4 coal plants or 4 natural gas plants. So this is a lot of energy that can be produced from that area. And looking at this area, what you can see is the distance offshore as well as the depths that are associated with these. And something that's really important to consider in all of these things is the spacing. The spacing on these turbines, when you get to these that are going to be in this new area of 14 megawatts, you're going to look at spacing of a mile kind of distance. And that's because of the interference factors that you're looking at there. You usually take about an 8 times rotor diameter. The rotor diameter on these 14 megawatters are 200 meters. So this is really large stuff. You need these large areas to put those in. And so Virginia had a little thing, a little popular press. So Virginia pilot put in, this cylinder is covered in algae, mussels glom onto the structures, schools of fish congregate around the tube. It's an amazing fish ecosystem. And what you can see up there on these monopiles is the fish around the monopile there, and then you go to the bottom two, and that's going down to the substructure as you see it. And one of the things that you can see there is that these particular ones are pretty rich in species. The biodiversity is pretty good there. So what's going to happen though when we get to the 180 that we're going to be putting in right next door to those? And of course you heard today about the studies, the money that DOE has been throwing at the wind, $35 million, with Duke and crew getting $7.5 billion. So look at this. We try and provide or obtain some of this information beforehand before we do all these things out in the ocean. So it's a really good thing. And this one, let's go on down to Kitty Hawk now. You've heard about Avangrid. And so Avangrid is a comparable size area, about 2.5 gigawatts of energy. Construction is going to begin in 2024. There was mention about the operations and management reports. There's a really good one. It's hundreds, thousands of pages of data just on this particular area. It's tough sifting through, but there's really fantastic information in there. The first phase is going to be about 800 megawatts there. You might notice it was mentioned about distance from Kitty Hawk being about 30 plus miles, or to Kerala it's 27 miles and it's about 36 miles, where the transmission line is going to go from the first phase into Sandridge. So the question is, what is this area going to be like that we're going to put these cables in and put these turbines in? So they're starting to look at this, and it's very important to know because there's lots of jobs and money associated with these, as Governor Cooper said this morning. This 3-phase project operation plan was put together in July of last year. So this is what it looks like. We need to know what's on the ground. And so this is data, these are graph samples, all those numbers that are on those different colors there are all different graph samples, and my red, yellow, and green arrow correspond to the top, middle, and bottom images on the left. You can see the top one is mostly sand, the middle one is even sand ripples, so we've got movement on the seafloor. There's some shell hash, and the bottom picture has mostly shell hash in it. These are all unconsolidated sediments. This is an area where you're going to be putting monopiles in for this, as well as a couple of jackets. And within this too, those 48 grab samples yielded lots of benthics, such as annelids and arthropods. And looking at those things, you can see that it's pretty rich on that seafloor, but it is unconsolidated. So what do? You can use one of these simple trenchers, that cable trencher there. You put your cables down about 1.5 meters to 2.5 meters below the seafloor. And that does a couple of things. It keeps you out of the hurricane force and the movement of the seafloor, but it also dampens the effect of the EMF frequencies associated with electromagnetics with the cables too. Okay? So anyway, that's what that one's looking at. There's what you're doing for the wind turbine. The first phase is going to be 69 wind turbine generators. Got to have a service platform, as Oscu said. And we're going to have 67 monopiles and 2 suction jackets. That's the one on the right-hand side there. And there's going to be one of those electrical service platforms that's also a suction jacket, as you see. I'm not going to go into all that other stuff that's been mentioned today about noise mitigation. By the way, Dominion Energy, when they put in their 2 turbines up there, they used a double bubble curtain to minimize the noise in that area. They're driving the piles into the subsurface. This is really important because this is what we really want to make sure of. We want to look at what's called nature-inclusive design. The only way to do nature-inclusive design is to know what's there beforehand. The group before us talked about Wilmington East and all the hard bottoms and different structures that are down there. That's really important to know. This particular study, to me, is a really good one because what it showed is not just the design, but it also showed what target species are in the area. And it also even gave the cost for some of these features to be put on the seafloor or the turbines themselves. And so looking at this thing, the design then is to look at what do I do at the base of my monopile in that particular case to the left. Notice it is not just rocks thrown on the seafloor. These have things like artificial reefs, those reef holes that you've all seen. If you die and you put your ashes in there, you know, you throw it out there, and you become a reef. Well, that's the kind of thing that that's looking at. So you have lots of this structure. The other thing that you can look at here with this structure is you can also look at optimized cable protection. I can't put in some of these hard bottoms that cable below the ground. So that thing's going to lay on the top. So what do? You put the rock mats on top of that, and those structures can be really important sources of habitat as well. The other thing that was an interesting one, kind of just an aside, but I liked it. You see the BioHUD and the Cod Hotel on there? Well, those are just little things that they might attach to the structure. They are doing studies globally to see about putting corals or attaching corals for growth on these structures as well in some of the hazard areas that we've got. The last thing to really look at here, though, is targeting species. And this has been referred to, kind of all day. In targeting species, what you're looking at here is what are the declining species? What are those that might be threatened? Or you really might look at what are the commercial and recreational fisheries or other things that would be so valuable to these areas. And now I can target those for economics, but also for my ecosystem health. There's my nature-based system that we really need to consider. So just quickly on this, because Oscu and the previous panel just covered this, that's looking at the same study that they showed, a 2016 report. What I want to show with this is that this particular one has about 1,600 or 1.6 gigawatts potential in those 2 areas of Total and Duke. That's equivalent to the Southport nuclear power plant, by the way, which is about 1,800 megawatts. So that particular one is looking at the area for, very importantly, seeing what you would have. That area is hard ground. So you can't really do much of putting stuff into there. And of course, one of the things that you got to do is that previous picture that showed the turbines, you kind of equally space them. Maybe you can't do that in Wilmington East because of these hard grounds. You need to move those so that you're not impacting some of those significant habitats or ecosystems down there that optimizes our wind. So this is really important to know about as well. And of course, I do a lot of stuff post-shore, and there's 2 things just to finish before I end up here. We have fantastic primary nursery grounds on our coastal areas, like in the Cape Fear River lower estuary, as well as behind our barrier islands. We, of course, don't want to harm those. We want to make sure to manage those correctly. We don't want to interfere with those and bring that cable onto the onshore. The other thing that's happening in our area to move that cable to the onshore, a lot of you know that we're looking to deepen the river from 42 to 47 feet. It's going to happen because everybody wants to compete in the harbor world, like Charleston and Savannah. So that particular area, you don't just deepen the river, you got to deepen it all the way out into the ocean. Because if it's 47 feet in the river and it's only 40 feet in the ocean, it's not going to work very well. So they're looking to dredge all the way out there. So these lower Cape Fear River ecosystems are pretty important to us. And just as a very quick last thing, just to show you how important this is becoming, Dominion has committed $500 million to building a ship. And this particular ship is being constructed in Brownsville right now, 472 feet long, to handle some of these giant turbine blades of over 300 feet. Big lift capacity because you're looking at really, really heavy things to be putting out there in the ocean. Okay, so that's what we're looking at in the world of structure.
Thanks, Roger. We're going to turn it over to Eric.
Hi, Catherine. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay.
Wonderful. And so shall I share my screen?
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay, let me know if y'all can see that.
Yes.
Great. Well, it's a pleasure to be with all of you today. I gather there are a lot of people in the audience. I wish I could see you, but I'm glad that you can see me, and I'm glad that you can hear me all right. I'm Eric Hines. I direct the Offshore Wind Energy Graduate Program at Tufts University, and I'm coming to you from Massachusetts today. I want to talk a little bit about infrastructure and about transmission, two of the similar themes that my colleagues have mentioned. And I'll just review one more time the kinds of foundations that are typical in offshore wind. On the far right, we have a monopile foundation, which is a big steel pipe that's driven into the ground. Then we have a jacket foundation built out of a truss. And then we have a concrete gravity-based foundation, which you can sort of think of as a Christmas tree stand or an umbrella stand that you float out into the water and then you ballast it down and sink it so it sits on the ocean floor. I want to talk a little bit about the difference in cost of these foundations. If you look right now, US offshore wind prices vary by about 56%. So on the low side, we're in the low 70s. On the high side, we're just above $110 per megawatt hour in terms of the power purchase agreements. The foundation choice affects the price by about 1 to 2%. So if you decide, going from a monopile foundation to a gravity-based foundation, there may be a small premium on the cost of the foundation, but the foundation choice affects the jobs that one is able to develop, the local jobs, by about 1,000%. And that's because concrete is built with local labor. There's at least 10 jobs for every concrete foundation locally that you build compared to a monopile foundation. Now, most of the industry is monopiles. Typically on large projects, people like to build what has been built before. But as we're thinking about building out this industry in the United States, we need to be thinking about what is it that suits the US well, what is it that secures our jobs, what protects our environment, and what is a kind of an infrastructure that's going to be built to last. And just a couple of observations on these concrete gravity-based foundations that some of you may or may not know. This kind of technology was developed in the North Sea decades ago in the so-called conduit platforms for the oil and gas industry. And some of these foundations are decades old and they're still in pristine condition. So these can be designed to last for 50, even 100 years. Again, they're very labor intensive to build. And so one could say that that actually creates a cost premium, but again, the cost premiums are very small in comparison to the amount of money being spent on these offshore wind farms. And the number of jobs that can be created from this is enormous. And so this is the single greatest opportunity to create US jobs from what we've seen so far. From an environmental protection point of view, we know that marine mammals, particularly the North Atlantic right whale, are very sensitive to sound. These are the so-called quiet foundations. Instead of banging the foundation into the ground and then trying to mitigate that noise by surrounding it with a bubble curtain or a double bubble curtain, these foundations can be towed out using US vessels and sunk much more quietly. And here you see a fabrication facility in Fécamp, France, where these are currently being constructed. And so if we look to the Department of Energy for the prospective foundation types that will be built in the United States, the DOE estimates that about 65% of this will be monopiles in the 30 gigawatts that we're trying to get to by 2030. So that's about 19.5 gigawatts. Jackets are out 25%. That's a major manufacturing opportunity, specifically in the Gulf of Mexico. That's about 7,500 megawatts. And then if we build low carbon concrete gravity-based foundations, and read that as these would have a carbon content and CO2 emissions that are lower than their steel foundation counterparts, even 10% of them is 3,000 megawatts. And so that's about 200 turbines. If we're able to build 200 turbines on these kind of foundations and we're able to meet these ratios by 2030, the United States will have done more than just reached its 30 by 2030 goal. We'll have actually established a learning curve where we understand what kinds of foundations work where, what creates the environmental benefits, and what creates the local jobs. So I would encourage all of you to think about this together, that the jobs and the environmental benefits and the engineering efficiency and reliability of these structures are all connected, and it's really worth understanding that in detail. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the grid, and what I want to call your attention to, here's the East Coast, and so I'm up here in Massachusetts, and you all are down here, and somewhere along the line, we're all going to be connected together someday by an offshore grid. And so there's a lot of talk about a backbone cable running up and down the East Coast and the different kinds of landing points that we'll have. I'd like to call your attention to the blue lines on this page. These are what I'd call the arteries. These are the 500 kilovolt lines. The purple lines up in New York and New England are the heaviest lines we have. Those are 345 kilovolt. You can see on the Jersey Shore and in the Delmarva Peninsula, it goes down to 230 kilovolt lines until finally you get down to what's on Long Island, the 138 and 69 kilovolt lines. I like to call these the capillaries. If we're going to give the United States a transfusion, I guess it's an electricity transfusion in this case, you don't want to prick someone's finger and try to inject it at that point. We really need to find an artery and inject the electricity where it makes the most sense. And so if you start to look along the coastline, there's about 700 miles between Savannah, Georgia and Hope Creek, New Jersey, where there are about 5 major possible points of interconnection. Now that's not a lot over a 700-mile stretch. When you get up into New England, we have 7 or 8 points of interconnection within a couple hundred miles. And so I'd like to call everyone's attention also to the East Coast. It's something we know and treasure about the East Coast. Cape Cod is obviously primarily a beach and recreation and fishing community. The Long Island is the same. The Jersey Shore has the same reputation, the Delmarva Peninsula, and then finally down in the Outer Banks. And so what all the entire East Coast has in common is that we are primarily a culture of recreation and fishing and beach communities. And so here we are developing this massive infrastructure, which is entirely appropriate and necessary for our ability to stop global warming and to meet our climate change, the climate change challenge. But we're doing this in a part of the world that's not used to thinking about bringing either building these large structures and shipping them out to sea or bringing these large injections of power onshore. And so as we start to talk about this, one of the principles that we've been developing in the work that we've been doing at Tufts University with our colleagues at Clemson University in South Carolina and Iowa State in the National Renewable Energy Lab is that we want to minimize environmental impact and maximize equity and justice as we're building out this grid. How do you do that? We believe that that means that we want to minimize the number of landing points, which means that we'll have to think about the grid in a brand new way, that we'll be bringing up to 10,000 megawatts onto shore in the same location. As opposed to letting this be done on a project by project basis, we're going to run out of interconnection points very quickly if we do that. If we're able to minimize and focus on our landing points, we can design them to be safe. They can be overseen at the federal level. There can be significant environmental and economic benefits that are brought to the communities that host these. Clearly, we'll be retiring power plants that are major causes of air pollution. We'll be able to increase the health benefits, and we'll be able to focus in a way with 10 to, around the order of magnitude of 10 landing points, as opposed to if we have hundreds of landing points, each of which are being litigated within on a project by project basis and one local community at a time. It's going to be very hard to coordinate these things. And we're going to need an offshore grid, a so-called macro grid, in order to be able to deliver renewables across the country for the energy transition. And so imagine that we would have 3 north-south lines across the country and 3 east-west lines. This is what it's going to take to be able to share the variable energy resources that we have and to maintain the same level of reliability that we currently have come to expect from our power grid. So I'll stop there and remain on the line here for questions. Thank you for having me today.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you also to Oscar and Roger for your presentations. I'm going to forego a couple of my questions because I know we've gotten a lot of great questions from the audience. Please keep them coming. We'll try to get through as many as we can in the short time we have left. So I want to start first question about foundations. Oscar, one of your slides had a pie chart that showed, I think it was about 16% of projects are gravity-based foundations. Where are those currently used? What's the frequency of where those are used? Eric, you might have insight into that as well.
Yeah. I know the recent project they have is off of the coast of France, so that's one that Eric showed. I'm not sure how many there were there, Eric. Maybe about 100 or so. So that's certainly one area that people are looking with interest in Europe at the moment is the gravity bases they have there. I know in Finland, I'm from Finland originally, we're using gravity bases for ice areas covered in ice because they're able to distribute that ice load better and break it up. So kind of these extreme environments are also areas that we're looking for to use gravity bases. I believe also there might be some projects in China that we're looking at. Again, China is also a major player when it comes to offshore wind, when they place the water, steel in the water. So yeah, it will be interesting. Just when I worked in England, there was a strong group associated with marine sand and gravel. So a big industry group, and they really pushed gravity-based foundations because that would support the local marine mineral industry also and provide work. So there's lots of different queries that we need to ask. What is the right thing to do in terms of workforce, in terms of equity and justice, and and the foundations and the geology that we have too. So we need to take these things slowly and think of it carefully. Eric, if you have anything to add.
Catherine, I'm happy to weigh in as well.
Yeah, please, that'd be great.
So as Oscar mentioned, one of the big projects right now is in Fécamp, France. There was another famous project early on in the offshore wind industry. Lillegrund in Sweden was actually developed with gravity-based foundations, particularly because the fishermen in the area were very concerned about scaring the fishing stocks with the noise level. And that project was a highly successful project where the fishing stocks were maintained and, as a matter of fact, increased. And so what we've seen with quiet foundations, which would be gravity-based foundations, but then also oftentimes they're jacket foundations with suction buckets, foundations that can be installed at normal marine construction noise levels of less than 137 decibels. Those projects in Europe and in the North Sea are often chosen when there are specific environmental concerns. So the Borkum-Riffgrund project, for instance, in Germany, was chosen with jackets with suction buckets specifically to protect the harbor porpoises. So this idea of a quiet foundation is something that that developers use when there are very strong and specific environmental concerns, and where the community has made a clear determination that it's important to maintain noise levels to a minimum, under the principle that it's better to prevent a problem like that than it is.
Thanks, Eric. Okay, I'm going to stick with the foundations questions really quickly. I always get a lot of questions about storms. I think it's a very valid thing for all of us to be thinking about, especially as we know storms are only going to get stronger and more intense. How severe of a storm event can a monopile foundation tower withstand? And then this asks about the future of floating turbines, which is in a few questions. So would love to hear from you all, hopefully quickly, about your thoughts on storms, floating, and monopiles, and jackets for that matter.
Just a quick comment on that. One of the things that you look at in the design factor is the Category 3 storm in particular. That's true of offshore oil and gas as well. The other thing that you look at is as these winds increase to about 50 plus miles per hour, then the blades themselves start shutting down too. So that's another safeguard from the wind energy that you've got. So as it shuts down, then the wind would drop back down, then you could restart the turbines, but that's a safety factor associated with them. By the way, one of the things to make mention of this, the depth factor for these particular monopiles, gravity-based jackets, about 25 to 40 meters, give or take. So all those other areas you're looking at in those deeper areas, whether it were to go in FD, and I'm not keen on F either because I love the point. But anyway, looking at these areas, what you're looking at, those would have to go into the floater category.
Also, I'd like to ask the others. It's also important to keep in note the history that the oil and gas industry has. So if you think of the North Sea, we have hundreds of turbines. Again, Europe has over 5,000 turbines in the water. We only have 7 here in the United States. So we get a lot of, we have extreme conditions in the North Sea and the Irish Sea, and those wind turbines are, offshore wind farms are holding tight. So again, there is a precedent here. Again, the oil and gas industry, we've learned a lot from them, and what's happening in Europe too has been particularly helpful. So in terms of storms, I think the engineers have designed them pretty well, taking that into consideration.
I'll add something about storms as well. Catherine, I can't see you all, so you have to cue me if I'm...
Please, no, you're good. Go ahead, Eric.
Hello? Okay, thank you. So one of the interesting things about the design of offshore wind turbines and foundations is that their design is most often controlled by a phenomenon known as fatigue. And fatigue can be described as if you ever took a paper clip or a coat hanger and bent it back and forth a whole bunch of times before it broke, and then it broke. That's a fatigue damage. And so these structures, these very large structures, they vibrate back and forth millions upon millions of times over their life. And they have to be designed so that they can do this for years on end. And if we think about designing these for longer lives, then they will last, the assets will last longer. I mean, consider, for instance, do we really want to build something that has a 25-year life and then pull it out of the water and replace it in 25 years? We may repower the turbine, but do we really want to do that to the foundations? So we need to be thinking very long-term about these in the same way we think about our dams. For instance, the Hoover Dam is 90 years old. The Empire State Building is over 90 years old. We generally think about infrastructure on those timescales. If we design these structures appropriately for fatigue, their ability to resist major storms is going to be very much intact. And we've been studying hurricanes for about 10 years on different kinds of NSF and DOE research. And we've determined that the risk level for foundations under hurricane loads is relatively low. Clearly, the hurricane is a storm event, and so we need to have a holistic approach to all of this, which is, what is the downtime after a hurricane? How do you actually bring a wind farm up from a black start? How do you handle the grid at that point? And are all the other connections and the blades are also prepared to withstand the heavy hurricane loads? This is definitely an American phenomenon. It's an American need and an American area of research. And there's a lot of work going on this right now to try to figure out where are the design drivers, where are the aspects of the storms that if you have the storm, you will design the wind farm differently than if the storm wasn't there. But I would like to make the point again that designing these appropriately for fatigue and for a longer design life will automatically make them more robust for these storm events. And so it's quite possible to get more benefits from a single choice like that.
All right, thanks everybody. So we have just a few minutes left. I do want to dive into transmission. The questions that you all have submitted are fantastic. There's a very, very wide variety of questions, so I'm having trouble kind of grouping them, but let me just say that everybody is available for, well, I'm voluntolding you all. Questions, emails, phone calls, whatever. Take your pick. So in talking a little bit more about transmission and how we minimize the environmental impacts of transmission, I see some questions about EMFs. Could you speak more about EMFs with the cable electromagnetic fields, cables in the water column, and what we would expect to see, the difference between EMFs with monopiles or jackets and then with floating wind? I don't know if anybody knows the answer to that. I do not, but I'm curious, so I'm asking it. And then maybe at the same time, Eric, whatever response you give, we have a question here about the political realities, which I always think it's important to talk policy with science, because that's how things actually get done. What are the political realities of creating a more cohesive transmission system for the East Coast so that we are minimizing environmental impact and maximizing the benefits to the grid?
Well, I'll start there, Catherine. I think that this moment that we're in right now, historically, is actually a very important moment. There, just in the 2021 Infrastructure and Jobs Act, which was the bipartisan infrastructure bill, there was a significant authority invested in the Department of Energy to oversee large-scale transmission build-outs and to be able to work together with FERC and with the states to manage build-outs that are of a larger scale than what we're typically used to thinking about. Another thing that we've seen is that as all the states have climbed into this, usually originally states get into it, they assume a competitive posture with respect to one another. They're generally thinking somewhat small, and they're trying to capture the supply chain. If you zoom out and you really look at what we have to do to get to 2050, there's going to be plenty for everyone. And in fact, we need to be ramping up a lot faster than we are. So I think that what we've noticed in the Northeast is that over the years, the states have actually become more and more amenable to coordinating with one another, to discussing issues on a regional level. This is after an enormous amount of trial and error of different states working on settling their own questions related to transmission, and then realizing they have to kick this up to the RTO level, and there has to be a coordination back and forth. So there's no doubt that the system is complicated, and there's also no doubt that we haven't done something like this before. Certainly on the East Coast, the grid has grown very organically. But on the West Coast, we did have the Northwest-Southwest intertie sharing electricity between the Southwest and the Pacific Northwest at different times for seasonality. And there were many different owners and stakeholders in that project. And so the key that we've got in front of us is will we be able to learn from our own history, and will we be able to expedite this work in such a way that we're able to work inclusively, but also be thinking big? And I think from that point of view, what's really important, especially for a state like North Carolina, as it's beginning to set its vision, is, what role does all of this play in North Carolina? And then what role does North Carolina play in the larger picture? And where are the opportunities for collaboration? Again, I think once a person zooms out far enough, and you don't have to zoom out very far to get there, you start to realize that there are enormous benefits to this kind of collaboration, this kind of work. And I would say, keeping this simple. So from an environmental point of view as well, the idea of having a plan, having a system, we know we're going to build big infrastructure, but if we know where we're going to build it, we can do it with a real attention to detail, and we can control it much better than if we're just building landing points all over up and down the East Coast.
Either of you want to cover EMS?
Just a very quick comment on the EMF magnetic field. Boehm in 2016 put out a paper and said that based on their studies, and this was done with an offshore California book, was that there was no real impact, behavioral changes or others associated with electrical fields. Since that time, there's been some others that have been published that says that there may be some impact with sharks and rays as well as others. So I think that's an area that you might want to get some more information as a matter of fact.
And just going back, I think cable burial is very, very important. So in terms of EMF, it's reduced. If we can get it buried deeper, we're also avoiding conflicts with fishermen, anchors. So again, in many ways, if we're able to really bury these cables properly and they don't become exposed, then we go a long way in targeting potentially 3 different issues that we may have. So in terms of EMF, also thermal, we need to consider thermal effects, in addition to things like anchors and trawling activities. So again, cable burial is very, very critical.
Yeah, I think we saw that. I know that, you talk about lessons learned, and I think that's one of the really interesting thing about the panel that we have here. And Oscar, you were talking about offshore wind has been under development in Europe since 1991. We do have data. There's clearly the environmental data is what is going to be the delta between the U.S. offshore industry and the European offshore industry. But we do have a lot of experience as a global resource, and I think it's really important that we continue to have these kinds of conversations, tap those resources, and that we're thinking ahead. That is certainly one thing that we talk about a lot is, as North Carolina has these wind energy areas in the northern part of the state, in the southern part of the state, looking at potentially adding more wind energy areas, that we're ensuring that we do all of this in a really smart way. So thank you very much to Carrie and all of our hosts for having us and for hosting this discussion, because I know, being somebody who talks about offshore wind all day, every day, it's really, it is really important to do it right. And we've got a lot of stakeholders, and it's just so important that also that folks understand the nuts to bolts. There's a lot of really good questions in here about kind of how things work, how do the turbines work, what's their efficiency ratings, those kinds of things. I am more than happy to chat with y'all all day, every day about those kinds of things. So if you're somebody who asked those questions and didn't get them answered, please find one of us after the show today. And thank you very much, Roger, Osku, and Eric, and thanks, Gary.
What an incredible program today. And when you think about a program that's combined science, engineering, ecosystem, marine species, livelihoods, and they all came together on one stage, and they did create heat and a lot of light. And there were great discussions and a lot to take away from this today. So I'm thrilled to be part of it. For 17 years, I had the opportunity to drive about 25,000 miles each year within North Carolina, each year. I'd go east, west, sometime I'd drive to the Outer Banks, then I'd drive to Wilmington, then back home, and then back up to Mount Mitchell, then...
Sorry, could you speak into the microphone just a little bit closer?
Okay.
Take it out of the
Oh, that's okay. Is this a little better? All right, thank you. But I got to travel around the state. And today we're talking about wind energy, we're talking about damage to ecosystems, we're talking about livelihoods, but those very same issues are all over this state. Every single ecosystem, every river, every marsh, every mountainside will also be affected by the coming decades and what's going to happen in those decades. For the past 3 years, I've had a little time, like a lot of you, to think about where we've been and where we're going. And a few of you know that I spend almost every morning in a rowboat. I have a rowboat named Flytrap. Flytrap is 15 feet long. I have 2 9-foot wooden oars, and I row between 4 and 6 miles every morning while I wake up. And one of the things that you learn very quickly in a rowboat is that you're always looking backward to move forward. And Winston Churchill commented on this one time when he said, a rowboat, the farther back you look, the farther ahead you can see. And what he was talking about was looking backward allows us to look perhaps into the future by knowing what's occurred and the mistakes we made. And as a person who's looked back a lot for the last 3 years, I've taken away a few lessons. First, as long as I can remember, we have, as a country, talked about embracing science. But our embrace of science has been situational and often fickle. Our love of science often ends when it's not convenient. Just a few quick examples. In 1953, in the second grade, I fell down in the hall one day, and before I knew it, I was in a big hospital and I had polio. And I was in the hospital for about 3.5 or 4 months. And the next year, Salk vaccine came out. And they grabbed little Tommy, and they took me to the front of the line to get the Salk vaccine, because I was in that last wave of polio victims. But they wanted everyone to know that that even the people who had polio, it was safe. And polio was almost eradicated worldwide. That hasn't always occurred with good science. In 1963, 62, 63, some of you may remember when Silent Spring came out. I was in high school and I read it probably 3 times while I was still in high school. And for many Americans, Rachel Carson was a hero. And for others, she was a pariah. The science wasn't understood. And then we have, 1967 came along. I was in my junior year in college, or my senior year in college. And I remember the first reports that came out about smoking, about what smoking was going to do to us and what it was doing to us. But the situational ethics that we have in the country didn't allow us to act very quickly. It was 1998 before it was called the Master Settlement Agreement was entered into. 21 years while we knew what the effects of smoking were. And it took a heavily polluted and then ultimately an on-fire Cuyahoga River in 1969. It took the airport in Los Angeles and other airports turning yellow in smog. And then finally, Congress acted with almost unanimity. These numbers always astonish me when I think of where we are today. The Senate voted unanimously for the EPA creation, unanimously, July 10, 1969. And a month later, the House approved it, 372 to 15. When it was critical that we do something, we acted. As a young lawyer in 1971, and then later as a young law professor, it soon became clear to me that good science, compelling science, didn't always work. Equally important was the story, how the story is told, and often how many times the story is told. From my perspective, the event that brought us all here together actually occurred in 1988. Some of you may remember James Hansen. James Hansen was a NASA expert who testified before Congress about greenhouse gases and about a changing climate. And he said CO2 levels, which nobody cared about at that time, and other greenhouse gases had risen precipitously. He said that the parts per million of CO2 was 350 at that time. And if it reached 380, he was very concerned. And the Earth was going to warm unless we got our act together. 1988. Looking backwards in my rowboat, I'm convinced that great communication, and we've heard a lot today, is so critically important to action, just as important as great science. And when I see the communicators here today and the organizations that work together, I'm optimistic, but we have our work cut out for us. The poet Muriel Rukeyser says, "The world is made of stories, not of atoms." The world is made of stories, not of atoms. The first time I did a program on exploring North Carolina, and we did 100 episodes over 17 years, on climate change was 2006. Had two people that many of you may know, the experts. One was Bill Schlesinger, who was the dean at the Nicholas School at Duke. And Schlesinger talked about CO2 and rising CO2 and what it meant to North Carolina and the world. This is 2006 now. Remember, Hansen was 1988, and he said, it is now 381. It was 350 when Hansen spoke. But he said, it's 381, and I'm afraid if it goes to 400. The other guest we had on the show was Stan Riggs. Stan Riggs, a wonderful geologist who gave a brief history of sea level rise and fall during the ice ages and mentioned that sea level had been 420 feet lower 17,000, 18,000 years ago, and that the seas were coming up, and we had turned up the thermostat and they were going to come up faster, and by 2100 we were going to have significant flooding on the coast. By today's standards, it was a softball show. Just pablum. But the phone rang off the hook at my house starting at 9 o'clock. Show ended at 9. First call was a realtor from Morehead City. You just destroyed the real estate market in North Carolina. I hope you're proud of yourself. Slam. Another viewer said that he had the power to get Exploring North Carolina removed from television the very next day, and he was going to exercise that power. And I thanked him. And about 9:30, after 3 or 4 more calls, I had a call from a senator. And I knew him quite well. He said, Tom, what right have you to have to scare the hell out of folks? And I asked the question, and it's a question that we still haven't answered. I said, Senator, how would you tell the story differently? I know you know the story that we are trying to tell. I know you know about rising temperatures, changing climates, and how it's going to affect North Carolina. How would you tell the story differently? We ate lunch the next day. It was 3 hours. And the story, I never got an answer. He kept saying, you just have to be more careful. Well, we've been careful a very long time. And by the way, while we've been careful, it's now, we've been through Kyoto, we've been through the Paris Accords, and I looked, and it's now not 381, not 350, it hit 421 in May. That's the CO2 parts per million, 421 now. And several people today, several of our presenters have given some of the headlines that we are all dealing with. And I'll give you a few more. Western mega drought, the worst in 1,200 years. This was a couple of days ago. 1,000-year-old bristlecone pines die in the drought. Yosemite on fire, 106 in Salt Lake City, Dallas, Texas, 110 today. Denver, 144-year-old temperature record broken. Paris, 106. Fires rage in New Mexico. Fires out of control in France, Portugal, Spain, and did I mention, and somebody else mentioned, in London today it was 102. James Hansen was onto something. Every one of these headlines affects North Carolina. It affects us because our air is warming, our water is warming, and we share the same creatures. Many of the fish we're talking about, the tuna, the sharks, the turtles, the whales, they come from other oceans. They come from places that are also hot. The birds that Curtis talked about, that come up in, whether they're from the Arctic, the South Atlantic, the Caribbean, they're all sharing many of the same problems. And I'll conclude. I'm going to show you a few images of some of my favorite things on the North Carolina coast. And I'm not going to make many comments. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly because a lot of them are the things that you will know. There'll be things that you're very familiar with, everything from shorebirds to salt marshes, prothonotary warblers, and wood storks, all kinds of good stuff. National Academy of Science has their publication is called Proceedings, and I read this again last night. 1 in 3 species of plants and animals are in danger of extinction by the year 2070. 1 in 3 plants and animals in danger of extinction. Okay, is that hyperbole? I don't care whether it's 25%, 20%, 10%. But 1 in 3 will be in danger of extinction. So when a conference like this comes along, I'm not happy when I see solar arrays in the ocean. I'd rather not. Not solar arrays, but turbines. And I'm not happy when I see forest where I used to see, or where I see solar arrays where I used to see forest. But I am thankful for those options. We've got to do it right, because if we are going to have the other things that make North Carolina so special and the world that we live in so special, we have to remember that everything is affected by what is going on right now around us. And we have a few options. Our options are narrowing and our timetable is narrowing. And so I'm going to welcome new, cleaner energy if it helps save some of the things. This is, of course, great egret. And let me here we go. Just look at the screens now. And very quickly, North Carolina, and I'm just going to do this very quickly. You know where we are. We're in the sweet spot on the planet. Between the 30th and the 40th parallel is the 35th parallel, and you see that line? It runs right through the middle of North Carolina. It is the sweet spot of the temperate zone. We have lots of creatures, as people have mentioned several times, from the north and south. We have the red is the Gulf Stream butting into the Labrador Current, and that's North Carolina where that happens. That gives us a plethora of marine species and avian species and even plants on our coast and in our state that we wouldn't have otherwise. We got palm trees in North Carolina, just down the road. We have alligators. Can't get more southern than that. And we have wood storks nesting in North Carolina now. We have spiders like this golden orb weaver that are essentially tropical spiders. But I'm going to show just 4 or 5 slides why is he showing in the mountains, because these mountaintops will be just as much affected by the creatures at the coast. The spruce fir forest will change, and the animals in the spruce fir forest will change. We have a lot of territory in the mountains above 5,500 feet that's very much like Canada. This is essentially subarctic. And in it you'll find saw-whet owls. And you'll boomers. These are northern red squirrels. Many of those will be pushed up mountains and off the mountains with warming climates. But back to the coast. We have a rich fishery, and we want to keep it if possible. And we've got, as everybody has said over and over again, whether it's terns or towhees, we have them in North Carolina, and black skimmers. And we have all the turtles. Most of them, are the loggerheads, but at one time or another, we have all the turtles, and I've seen all 4 major turtles, sea turtles in North Carolina. And our glorious barrier islands, with Barrier Island obviously on the left, and behind it the salt marshes. And on those barrier islands we have birds that aren't found inland. One of my favorite creatures of all, painted bunnings. Again, they're found up and down the North Carolina coast, right on the beach. And you go to the salt marsh, and the salt marsh is full of all kinds of incredible birds. You know a lot of them, whether it's the oyster catchers or rails. And then, of course, we have pelicans, which many of you may not be aware, but there was only one rookery in North Carolina in 1970, and that was near Oregon Inlet, near Ocracoke, just one. And then we also had the world on fire with pesticides that almost took out the pelicans, but now we have them up and down the coast in a number of rookeries. And there are signs that man has had to retreat as the seas have begun to rise. A chimney and a marsh now near Cape Lookout. And there are boats that show that the retreat it's coming up rivers in some places. And yes, we have manatees. I've seen manatees 3 times in North Carolina now, and this was with Todd Miller about 2 years ago. Just up the beach. We have manatees. And probably the most exciting place for me during the pandemic, and I probably came down here, there are 2 places. I came to Green Swamp and the Black River probably 25 times combined. And yes, it's just grass and trees until you look closer. And occasionally you'll see one of the rare woodpeckers, or you'll see blazing star, and then look in the grass and the Venus flytraps begin to appear. And the orchids. We have 75 orchids in North Carolina, about half of which will be gone in 50 years if we don't do something. This is these 2 right coming up here, the purple, the yellow fringed, and then the yellow fringeless. This is in Green Swamp, and I've seen them down near Shallotte, and I've seen them up at what's the forest right in front of you, in front of the Federation office. The Croatan, yeah. And I've seen some of these in Croatan. But then we have this is in the green swamp also. You have your Catesby's lily and rattlesnakes. But the reason I'm showing this batch of animals is that a lot of our savannas are almost at sea level. And saltwater intrusion will change them, diminish them, and the habitats will be changed, and many of the creatures that we see now, whether it's rookeries with wood storks, or rivers like the Lower Roanoke. Look at this, the Tupelo, incredible forest, but they're almost at sea level. And the creatures that live there depend on those ecosystems. And then there's the Black River. And the place I go in, most of it's 2.5, 3 feet above sea level. But what happens when the sea rises 4 or 5 feet and the head pressure of the river can't keep the ocean back? Some of these trees are well over 1,000 years old, and as you know, in the Black River we have trees 1,700, and the oldest is 2,650 that we know about. And they too will be gone by 2070 if the sea comes up. It's not just, yes, the ocean front will suffer, but the habitats, the spider lilies. And this is Lady Lupin, also called hairy lupin. That was on the bank of the Black River, about 3 feet from the water. And then all the birds that come up here from South America, are they still going to have homes? The Pythonitaries that you see on all of our rivers here. And this is I stole this from Curtis several years ago. He reminded us that every warbler needs, warbler chick, approximately 1,000 caterpillars. A nest of 3 chicks requires 3,000 caterpillars of different sizes. But what happens when the butterflies aren't there, when the habitats are gone, when the pawpaw is gone, and the zebra swallowtail is gone, and the red bay is gone, and the palamedes is gone, everything suffers. And what does the yellow rat snake eat? And one of my new favorite creatures is the swallowtail kite. I've been watching those for several years now. And they're nesting on the lower Cape Fear and some stretches on the Black River. An incredible bird. And it's come here because of loss of habitat. And when we lose it, what happens to that bird? And to the lakes that many of you love that are Carolina bays. This is Phelps Lake, and of course you know how low to sea level Lake Matamesquite is. And this is just about the end of it here. But these too will be affected, as will the bears in those 4 counties that have 7,000 bears now. And the otters. These are all around Pungo, all around Matamesquite. And I love in the winter to see the mixed flock blackbirds, full of red-winged blackbirds and grackles. And the ducks, multiple species of ducks on the North Carolina, especially the northern Outer Banks. And yes, we have cranes. These are sandhill cranes. And they play with the swans. And I come down several times a winter usually to Pungo, sometime to Mattamuskeet, and this is the very last few images, to see the families together that are families, and they come back from the Arctic, some as far away as Russia. And they fill the skies, and they come back to North Carolina because we have what they need now. But where did they go in 2070? And my dad used to tell me that it takes a mighty smart bird to fly over the moon. And I'm always looking for one that can do it. Ooh. It's so critical that we talk about the problems facing us, act on them, and know that the science is here. This room was filled with the expertise we need. And I know when I'm in a room like this, the farther back you look, the farther ahead you can see. And I'm optimistic. Thank you.